Muy buenos días a todos ustedes. Bienvenidos al casino del tío Saro. Ya saben a qué venimos, damas y caballeros. A billetear nuestras cuentas, carajo. ¿Cómo de que no? Muy feliz mañana, muy feliz viernes. Lo logramos, llegamos al fin de semana. Así que deberíamos estar muy contentos el día de hoy. Muy contentos. Yo estoy muy contento por muchísimas cosas que están ocurriendo en este momento. Los pacos deben estar muy contentos porque ahorita le están dando gasolina pacal en este momento y vamos a platicar de ello. Y vamos a platicar sobre todo el escenario que viene de la caída que se probablemente viene, ¿ok? Que es lo que hemos estado diciendo. Quiero regresar al principio un poco para todos ustedes que sepan. Mi objetivo en este canal es que no caigas en las estupideces que te venden, no seas básicamente, y esta es una de las mejores partes, cosas que he visto en toda mi vida, ¿no? Es esto. No quiero que te vuelvas este güey. Que este güey lo está haciendo como chiste, ¿no? Pero que creas todo lo que pasa en el mundo. Cambió su popote por uno de papel para salvar al mundo. Y vean el buen trabajo que está haciendo. Vean honestamente cuántas cosas naturales y cuánto se está salvando la tierra porque este tío está usando un popote de papel. Quiero que no caigan en esto y este tipo de escenarios existen, damas y caballeros, en todo, sobre todo en las finanzas, en la economía, todas las noticias pendejas que les están dando. Y yo quiero que lo vean como yo. ¿Por qué? No como yo. Yo quiero que lo vean. Yo puedo verlo. Es lo que quiero decir. Y la razón por qué es porque te va a ayudar muchísimo. Te va a quitar todo el estrés del planeta, te va a hacer divertirte. Estaba ayer escuchando a unos tíos hablar de finanzas y economía y no sé si se han puesto a pensar esto. Estaba viendo ayer a estos tíos hablando de finanzas y economía, que es de lo que se trata su podcast y lo que saben. Todo el podcast se trató de la guerra, de qué impacto iba a tener eso. Pinches geoestrategas. Y en la mitad de todo eso, uno de ellos dice, sí, ayer Brian Armstrong de Coinbase tuvo una junta secreta en la Casa Blanca. Lo bueno es que él lo sabe. Cabrones, cabrones, cabrones. Creo que hemos dado una excelente cátedra en este lugar a todos aquellos que siguen creyendo que les están dando ayuda con las noticias o los están guiando o les están informando. No están, no están. Entonces voy a empezar con esto porque es importante. Hoy los pacos se la están con todo el material que les acaban de dar. ¿Qué material les acaban de dar a los pacos? Uno, güey, tío, los despidos, la creación de trabajos, el colapso del mercado de trabajo, el mercado labor empieza a verse mal. Lo mejor de todo es que están analizando datos falsos que les dan los mismos que siguen dándoles datos falsos. Se los he dicho 1000 veces. El estudio económico no se trata de analizar los datos falsos que te dan. Es simplemente ver lo que le está pasando a la gente. Ahora, es importante entender en qué momento te están dando estos datos falsos. Te los están dando en un viernes. Te los están dando en un viernes donde todos sabemos que va a haber más guerra, donde hay incertidumbre, donde volteas y ves el precio del petróleo ahora subir. Y ahora viene, damas y caballeros, viene una vez más la narrativa de la inflación a tu Paco favorito. No es que ahora que el precio del petróleo va a subir, la inflación se va a disparar. No veo pacos. No los veo. Solamente honesto, y soy honesto con ustedes, antes los veía y lo hacía porque quería ver qué estaban pensando. Ya no, ya solo necesito el título. Es todo lo que necesito del video. Es lo único que tengo que entender de los pacos. Pero para ustedes que todavía ven a pacos, güey, disfruten el show. No solamente de la gente que no aprendió ni vergas de que no vino la inflación, te traemos a la gente que definitivamente no aprendió ni vergas para volverte a decir que viene la inflación parte 2, cabrón. Nada mal, ¿no? Absolutamente nada mal. Los pacos andan en llamas, damas y caballeros, estos días con estos datos falsos. Ahora, vamos a platicar nosotros de lo que hemos pensado en todo este tiempo que nos ha traído a este lugar, a este momento en esta situación, donde nosotros estamos un poco con Warren Buffett, con muchísimo menos dinero, pero más jóvenes, donde estamos casi en cash totalmente. Tenemos algunas posiciones de entrada y estamos situados, en mi opinión, en una de las mejores posiciones de cualquier comunidad que exista acá. Y la razón por qué es porque hemos visto desde antes venir, jugar, tomado tiempos, analizado cuánto tiempo toma que la gente se quede sin dinero, cuándo iban a pegar los despidos, cuándo las cosas reales están pasando. Y lo que notamos fue, a fin del año pasado, principios de este año, es cuando nos deberían de decir no la verdad, pero nos deberían de decir ya por fin, oigan, ya no tienen que creer nuestros números falsos. En verdad, el sector labor sí va a estar mal, ¿no? Porque es el principio de una recesión. No tienes que ser un puto genio para entenderlo, para que lo puedan tirar todo. Ahorita tu Paco favorito lo han traído para arriba y para abajo. No es que los resultados de los empleos fueron buenos la semana pasada, pero estos son malos. Pero es que estos son buenos ahora, pero estos son malos. No saben a qué lado irse. La realidad es que efectivamente se está deteriorando el sector labor. No tienes que ser un pinche genio para entenderlo, ¿no? Y no tienes que ver los stats que te da el gobierno. Lo puedes ver en toda la gente que no puede conseguir trabajo y que ha sido despedida, ¿ok? No tienen que ser unos cracks para entender eso. Entonces, estamos ya viendo el principio del desarrollo de esto. Y esto, damas y caballeros, también viene amarrado de otra narrativa, la del precio del petróleo. Esto se los dijimos acá, ¿no? Antes de que empezaran ahorita, bueno, no sé si ya empezaron los pacos a hablar de la nueva inflación que se viene con la subida del precio del petróleo. Pero como les había dicho antes, y antes de esto, hicimos un video hace un mes y medio, de que la energía iba a explotar a la alza. Y ahora todos ustedes han sido traídos al escenario de que es por la guerra con Irán, ¿ok? Quiero que entiendan, lo que están haciendo en Dubái, en todos esos lugares, están volviéndolos inestables porque toda la gente No sé si se han dado cuenta de esto o no, pero ¿cuánta gente se ha dado cuenta en los últimos 2, 3 años que Dubái era limpio, no había crimen, no pagas impuestos, infraestructura de no mames, etcétera? Lo mismo en Qatar, lo mismo en todos esos lugares del Medio Oriente, de verdad. No se los digo como alguien que lo ha visto en puta madre. No se los digo como alguien que los ha visto en, ¿cómo se llama? En la tele. He ido a esos lugares, he trabajado en esos lugares, he tenido el placer de conocer a mucha gente de esos lugares y tener amigos en esos lugares. Y lo que están haciendo efectivamente en este momento es Estados Unidos, que se está yendo a la verga, está volteando y diciendo, perdónenme, van a regresar todos a pagarme impuestos, pendejos, porque vamos a destruir la narrativa de que Dubái es una ciudad muy segura y la chingada. Quiero que entiendan lo siguiente, y para que sepan, de alguna forma Dubái y todos estos lugares están de acuerdo con esto, porque ellos tienen la capacidad de defenderse. Se los digo de corazón, la persona que me invitó a un negocio de armas en México era para hacer ventas de armas entre Israel y Arabia Saudita con Estados Unidos, porque necesitaban un pasaporte neutral, un güey como yo. No lo hice, obviamente, pero todos ellos trabajan juntos, tío. Solamente utilizan intermediarios pendejos que quieren dinero fácil para que los destruyan, ¿no? Por su puta avaricia. No a mí. No a mí, yo ya estoy viejo, gracias, gracias. Hoy no necesito 30 mil millones de dólares, ya con lo que tengo estoy bien, gracias, brother, no te preocupes, quédatelos, ahórrate tu comisión, gracias. Estos países trabajan juntos. Entonces, ahorita la narrativa de que se los está llevando la verga y que no van a ser seguros y lo que sea, es solamente para hacer que la gente deje de irse a esos lugares que son básicamente mejores que Estados Unidos en el sentido financiero, todas estas cosas. Ahora, tienen por supuesto sus negativas. En Dubái lo que ven hacer a Andrew Tate, y se los digo como alguien que conoce a la gente de Dubái, porque el gobierno de Dubái conmigo ha sido a toda madre. Nunca me ha pedido que haga nada, esconderles nada. Nunca, nunca. Cuando fui a Saudi, me dijeron que no podía ir a ciertos lugares en Riad, y una vez que empecé a grabar les dije, oigan, yo no quiero enseñar solo esto, se ve abandonado esta puta ciudad, yo quiero que me lleven a donde está todo y vamos a grabar eso. Después de discutirlo por lo que pareció ser una eternidad, nos llevaron y nos permitieron hacerlo. Lo más extraño de esa experiencia fuimos de los primeros turistas en entrar. ¿Cómo te ve la gente? Es como son otros ojos los que te ven. No sé cómo decirlo de otra forma, ¿no? Muy, 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 muy interesante. Entonces, lo que está ocurriendo en Dubái con Andrew Tate, con todos ellos que están diciendo, no, es que Dubái está de toda madre y hacen su bailecito, ¿no? Vean, las bombas y todo eso. El gobierno de Dubái los hace hacer eso. Si te atreves a decir algo en contra, no, lo primero que hacen es sacarte. Pero si llegas a mamarte y haces algo culero, te arrestan y no sales, puto. Ahí sí no se andan con mamadas. Por eso todo el mundo que vive ahí tiene que hablar bien de Dubái. Tienen que. Y yo conozco mega creadores de contenido que tienen cientos de millones de seguidores de ahí. Y ellos han intentado irse todo este tiempo. Se los digo de corazón. Se han intentado venir a Estados Unidos, pero los impuestos, la avaricia es lo que no los deja. No quieren vivir en un estado controlado a ese grado. Todos ellos. Se los digo Insider 1-1, ¿no? Para que quiten un poco estas bandas. Se quieren regresar todos, se quieren venir a vivir a Estados Unidos. Todos son de otros países, se quieren vivir a Estados Unidos. Y nada más no lo hacen por el dinero. Porque el dinero, y cada que los veo, cada que hablo con ellos o me mandan un mensaje en Instagram o lo que sea, dice, verga, güey, ya me quiero ir a vivir allá. Y siempre es el mismo desmadre y no lo hacen, porque el dinero los mantiene ahí, para que vean lo fácil que somos los humanos, así de pendejos somos. Bien, con esto dicho y hecho, el petróleo no está subiendo de precio por guerras. El petróleo literalmente, quiero que sepan esto, solamente porque están televisando estas cosas, no es diferente a cuando atacamos a Siria, atacamos todos esos lugares cinéticamente. Solamente esta vez lo están poniendo en la televisión y te lo están diciendo. ¿Ok? Es la única diferencia. El petróleo no está subiendo por esto. En nuestro canal, aquí mismo, busca Alejandro Salomón, Crisis Energía. Hace un mes y medio hicimos un video de que esto estaba pasando. Y no tiene nada que ver con esto. Nada. ¿Ok? Y ahora tienes también la inflación del precio del petróleo subiendo. Lo voy a decir una vez más porque creo que ya la gran mayoría de ustedes lo aprendió, pero por si eres nuevo, estás llegando por primera vez, no puedes tener inflación cuando no hay dinero. Lo único que tienes es choice. Tienes que seleccionar un camino. ¿A qué me refiero por ello? Si no tienes dinero, subió el precio del petróleo. Esto pasó en el 2008. No estoy adivinándolo, no estoy intentando ver como algo nuevo que exista en la nada. No, esto ya ocurrió enfrente de mis ojos, lo vi, lo puedes buscar. En el 2008, antes de que, bueno, ya que empezó la gran crisis, pero todavía en este momento no le habían dicho a la gente, ¿ok? Todavía no les daban permiso de pensarlo. Como a tu Paco favorito, todo sigue alcista. Estoy volteando a ver solamente 3 índices y siguen alcistas. No, es que la tele no me deja decir otra cosa, ¿eh? Así como los tienen ahorita, nos tenían en el 2008. Y lo que pasó fue, el petróleo subió, creo que fue como a 120, $140, una mamada. Y la gente literalmente, tú te imaginarías, ¿no? Que pues, todos los precios de todo suben. Una vez más, lo mismo que pasa con los aranceles. ¿Qué ocurre? Las compañías hacen menos dinero porque tienen costos más elevados. Eso no hay duda alguna. Esto es para destruir a todas las empresas chicas y medianas si todavía no te has dado cuenta. Fin de ciclo de negocio, etcétera. Es lo más sencillo que puedes entender. La segunda cosa que pasó con la gente, con el tú, conmigo, fue la gente decía, güey, no me alcanza para ir a trabajar. A la verga no puedo ir a trabajar. Entonces tenían que escoger, voy a trabajar y gastarme la misma cantidad de dinero que gano solamente en el camino o me quedo en casa sin hacer nada. Y la gente se tuvo que quedar en casa sin hacer nada. Como si fuera, imagínate la pandemia, pero la gente literalmente fue, pues ya, me voy a quedar en mi casa. Y hubo unas semanas donde todos Los Ángeles estaba vacío. Fue divino. Fueron los mejores tiempos en ese entonces. Y una vez más, yo estaba en entretenimiento, entonces me fue muy bien. No tuve esas experiencias que todo el mundo tuvo malas, pero lo vi. Y eso fue lo que ocurrió. Una vez más, cuando no hay dinero no puedes gastarlo y los precios no suben. Te han cantado una inflación de no mames porque ya te precondicionaron con inflación. Pero una vez más, si quieres saber cómo se ve la inflación de verdad y no nada más un aprieto del cuello, es cuando coches suben de precio ridículamente que son normales. Eso fue lo que vimos en el 2020, 2021, 22, 23, hasta el tope. A mí lo que me hizo darme cuenta que estábamos en el tope de la inflación fue cuando me ofrecieron la cantidad esa ridícula por mi Ferrari SF90 Y lo tomé. No soy pendejo. Y ahorita ese coche es uno de los más depreciados de toda la historia de Ferrari. Pobre güey. Ese güey, el que compró mi casa en Austin, a esos dos tíos los dejé en el pito. En el pito. Los quiero mucho y perdón. No fue a propósito, pero siempre hay alguien que tiene que comprar en el tope. Y ahorita, en este momento, damas y caballeros, estamos entrando en lo que habíamos platicado. Tenemos que entender factores en esto. A mí me parece que estamos aprendiendo de China, estamos pasando por lo de China, es el mismo ciclo, tienen inflación y luego tienen gran deflación. Y ahorita les voy a enseñar rápido un gráfico de Alibaba, es más, se los voy a enseñar de una vez. Yo creo que esto va a ayudarnos algo a poner un poco de perspectiva en esto. Vamos, Baba. Ah, cabrón, ahí está, trimestral. Quiero que vean esto. China también tuvo su tope, ¿no? En octubre, ellos lo hicieron un año antes, del 2020. Y desde el octubre del 2020 cayeron hasta el final como nosotros al fondo en el 2022, en octubre del 2022. 2 años. 2 años en caída roja, ¿ok? Pero una vez que tocaste este fondo, has estado subiendo, no como loco, no has regresado a altos históricos desde el 2020. Lleva 6 años que no regresa a altos históricos. Pero si compraste aquí abajo, has tenido un retorno de hasta 200%, el doble, ¿no? Un poco más, 230%, 2.3x. Pero a donde estás hoy solamente es un 125%. Yo quiero que estemos listos para este escenario, ¿ok? Donde nuestra bolsa, nuestro mercado se derrite rápido, podemos comprar abajo, pero cuando podemos comprar abajo, literalmente nos vamos a quedar ahí tal vez un rato. Ese sería mi peor escenario para todos ustedes. ¿Por qué? Porque yo creo que Estados Unidos aprendió de lo que ocurrió en China o trabajan juntos, tíos, como sea. No me importan los detalles. Y Estados Unidos por eso planeó todo el desmadre del Genius Act y todo esto para literalmente el 2027. Y también tienen que entender lo siguiente. Estos tíos, yo sé que suena loco, pero tienen máquinas, tienen computadoras como la tuya y la mía que predicen todos los escenarios financieros, todos los escenarios de guerra, tu comportamiento. Te lo juro o sea, no, sé que suena mamada, también como cuando te dije que te pueden ver con Wi-Fi, ¿no? En el 2020 y hasta ahorita ya. Oh, sí te pueden ver porque una cuenta anónima lo está diciendo, Alejandro, entonces tenía razón. Les juro por mi madre que estas cosas no son casualidades. Estos güeyes saben lo que están haciendo. Y a mi gusto, lo que hicimos fue patear la lata para el siguiente fin de ciclo. O sea, cuando reventemos el dólar en deflación. Yo creo que vamos a tener que jugar este ciclo financiero un poco más activos que solamente sentarnos a invertir y dejarlo por 10 años. ¿Por qué? Podemos dejarlo por 10 años. Yo creo que vamos a tener retornos explosivos en pequeños, tal vez ciclos de 2 años por ahora. Y tenemos una vez más, cuando entremos en todo lo que es QE ahorita, ¿no? ¿Cuándo empieza QE para toda la gente que ha estado en este canal por un rato? QE empieza en enero del 2027, damas y caballeros. Empieza a manos de las empresas privadas y los bancos más grandes empresas públicas y los bancos más grandes de todo el planeta en Estados Unidos, ¿ok? Con todo lo de las criptomonedas. Ahí es cuando empezamos a hacer QE, cuando empezamos a comprar todos los bonos corta temporalidad. Repetimos el ciclo del 2023 cuando nos dijeron la crisis bancaria. Eso ya está programado. Eso quiere decir que están preparados para levantar todo. Eso es mi opinión, de acuerdo a lo que estoy viendo. ¿Ok? Por ende, esta caída tiene que ser espectacular. Les había dicho en un video, los van a querer espantar, cabrón. La noticia que sea de la guerra, el show que están poniendo ahorita. Una vez más, ¿por qué sabemos que es un show? Porque en lo que ahorita todo el mundo apenas está volteando a ver el petróleo que está subiendo, nosotros dijimos hace un mes y medio que iba a subir. Y no es relacionado con Irán. No era en ese entonces relacionado con Irán, nada de eso era. Es simplemente la demanda eléctrica que tenemos en este momento. Te tienen que contar la historia de no mames, ¿no? Para que puedan usar los avioncitos, ponerles gasolina, cobrar todo como si fuera tope. Eso lo tienen que hacer. Ese es su trabajo. Es la chamba de robarte porque eres un pendejo y estás viendo a Paco decirte estas cosas. Entonces, esto no es algo que se esté dando de la nada. Esto es algo que tienen ellos programado para soltar. Y de nuevo, lo que me había puesto en esta visión desde antes es lo que tus pacos favoritos están hablando el día de hoy, del desempleo, ¿no? De que los números llegaron muy bajos. Cuando llegaron los números bajos y tiras cripto instantáneamente y la bolsa, probablemente acabemos en positivo el día de hoy. Probablemente, no estoy diciéndolo, pero se vio como muy forzado en esta mañana el empujar todo. Oh, es que los trabajos, la inflación del petróleo, se empiezan a dar cuenta, ¿no? También tenemos dos cosas que hemos estado diciendo por un rato que empiezan a jugar, empiezan a moverse a nuestro lado rápidamente. El peso contra el dólar, damas y caballeros. En este gráfico no se ve, pero esta es una vela de fondo, la de acá, es una vela trimestral, por cierto. En el peso dólar, el peso está en casi 18, está en 17.8, está empezando a subir. El dólar en contra del peso. Esa es la primera cosa. Segunda, el euro está empezando a caer con fuerza. Si los pongo en gráficos diarios, se van a dar cuenta. Empieza a caer ya por fin con fuerza, empieza a perder el S&P 200 que no había perdido desde el febrero del 2025 y ya va su corrección. Lo mismo con la libra. ¿Y qué te digo del yen, papi? Devaluándose a tope justamente acá, haciendo un nuevo alto. Todo va de acuerdo a lo que estamos diciendo. Volteas a ver el petróleo, 11%, tal cual. Imagínate haber estado con el tío Salvo y decir, ok, petróleo va a subir, ¡pum! ¿Qué tal? Un trade fácil, papi. Gas natural continúa. Espérame, esa no es la gráfica de gas natural, es esta. Esos son futuros. Continúa esta tendencia alcista. El gas natural, te están contando la historia de que están moviendo todo y la verga. Nel, güey, necesitan gas natural a huevo y resurtida de gas natural. Estás a punto de tener un cero de volatilidad acá potente desde abajo hasta arriba. No habías visto algo así desde el año pasado. Entonces, se viene más o menos otro de estos movimientos potentes en el gas natural también. Ya lo empezamos a ver, ¿no? En todo. Y también tienes un VIX que está un poco disparado, todavía nada loco, pero ahí va y tiene un cero de volatilidad también acompañándolo. Empezamos a ver esto. Empezamos a notar las cosas que hemos estado notando por un rato. Y damas y caballeros, no hay de qué preocuparnos, simplemente estar emocionados por estas grandes oportunidades que se nos presentan. Güey, ríanse, diviértanse con sus pacos favoritos que viven de estas noticias como pendejos, ¿no? Y eso es como parte del show. Si vas a ver a tu Paco, tienes que entender que es un Paco, amarlo y quererlo porque te está dando todas las pistas. Ser Paco no tiene nada de malo, tíos. Simplemente no es ideal si quieres hacer dinero. Por eso es bueno identificar a un Paco, agarrar a tu Paco sólido y cada que tu Paco sólido te cuente una narrativa, entender si tiene sentido o no basado en lo que hemos estado hablando fuera de narrativas. Y es todo. Yo creo que nos va a ir muy bien. Hemos tenido un principio de año brutal en este canal para todos nosotros. Estoy muy contento y muy emocionado de continuar en este camino. Y creo que vamos a navegar esto estilo 2008, que fue lo que a mí me hizo la cantidad de dinero en toda la historia. No, pero sí fue, fue la catapulta para mí en todo eso. Todos esos años para mí fueron la catapulta. Y yo creo que lo vamos a volver a vivir siendo inteligentes y tomando buenas decisiones y no perdiendo la cordura, no perdiendo la cabeza y simplemente quedándonos en el plan. Vamos a estar volteando a ver todo. Y si se nos va algo, podemos reconocerlo y podemos voltear y poner nuestro dinero en otras cosas, que es lo importante. Y lo mejor de todo, no vivimos estresados, sabemos que este conflicto con Irán no es lo que está causando estos problemas, sabemos que todo es un show, dejamos que toda la gente estúpida se preocupe en lo que nosotros disfrutamos de nuestras ganancias y el show, reírnos un ratito de tu Paco favorito que no aprende nada, ¿no? Es como ver un pinche pajarito dando vueltas sin... Y es por eso que va a ser muy importante en estas fechas poder, y se los digo, invertir y entender, a mi gusto poder aprender tablas es importante, porque les digo, no creo que vamos a tener 10 años limpios yo creo que vamos a tener años de booms, busts, booms, busts. Un poco como lo que hemos visto, 2020, boom, no, bueno, tuviste el bust, boom a la alza, luego a la baja el 2022, luego a la alza el 2023, a la baja el 2024 con lo que pasó en Japón. El reverse carry trade, ¿se acuerdan? Ahorita, para que sepan, ahorita les va a tocar otra vez escuchar eso. Estamos cerca de que tu Paco lo vuelva a decir por los niveles del yen, ¿ok? Prepárate. El 2025 también nos salimos por los aranceles y yo creo que, damas y caballeros, este tipo de sabores es lo que estamos aprendiendo y enseñando acá para que todos ustedes puedan tomar las mejores decisiones. Entonces, si quieren ustedes leer todas mis estupideces, mis pensamientos en la bolsa, lo que estamos haciendo, aquí tienen nuestro Discord de Elite Trading Academy, ese es Alex. Estos son los míos. Les estoy dando mis planes. Aquí les cuento mi plan de Circle. Aquí les pongo el rango de Solana para ver dónde está todo. Por cierto, estos rangos siguen jugando perfectamente. Me encantan. Sobre todo el de Bitcoin, tíos. Ha sido un verdadero deleite. Vengan acá, los tienen. Son completamente gratis. Ahí están. Se los dejo acá. Y también, pues, les aviso cuando compro, vendo, tengo un pensamiento de algo en este mercado. Aquí está, completamente gratis. También tienen todos los análisis de Alex. Este es, una vez más, el Discord de Elite Trading Academy. Si alguien te escribe de aquí diciéndote que somos nosotros para que inviertas con nosotros, no es cierto, te van a estafar, tío. Esa es la verdad. Por eso odio Discord con todo mi corazón. Y también Twitter, que es lo que hacen, ¿no? Pero por ahora también tienen los análisis de Alex, la cantidad de dinero que se ha llevado el hijo de puta en los últimos 2 días, que definitivamente va a tener que pagar por un buen lunch para Farhan y para mí. Y acá tienen los análisis de Farhan, también los del tío Salo. También tenemos un tab que se llama Criptolingo. Para toda la gente que está, si ya sabes de cripto y todo, estas son solamente abreviaciones que usamos en inglés y en español para todos ustedes. Si no sabes cómo tradear, no tienes ni puta idea de nada y quieres empezar en todo esto, nosotros creamos algo bastante chido, que es un curso. Ya sé que todo el mundo tiene un curso, pero esta madre cuesta $29. Se llama De Cero a Trader y es completamente para principiantes, cabrones. Esto ha sido la cajeta que le pongo a mis crepas desde que salió. ¿Y por qué? Lo hice pensando, lo hicimos pensando en mí cuando no entendía ni vergas. Me costó mucho trabajo aprender al principio bien todas las bases fundamentales de trading. Todos queremos aprender viendo nada más, pero a veces falta un poco de estructura. Cuando construyes una casa necesitas buenos cimientos para poder construir una casa sólida y es lo mismo acá. En lo que se refiere a esto es, te damos un curso de Cero a Trader que era como yo quería aprender. Güey, explícame como si fuera pendejo, dónde tengo que trade, dónde es donde veo los precios, qué programa es, cuánto tengo que pagar, qué tengo que hacer, qué es una vela, qué es una tabla, qué es una tendencia, como todas las bases. Entonces, lo que yo diría es, si nunca has aprendido nada de trading, esto es perfecto para ti, solamente $29.99. No lo regalo porque literalmente la gente no lo aprecia. Por eso cobramos acá. Literal, y bueno, porque también estos tíos no les pido su tiempo gratis. Pero esto no nos va a hacer millonarios, tíos. Esto es para que aprendan. Una vez que ves esto, con las sesiones en vivo que tenemos 3 veces a la semana, debería ser suficiente para que aprendas, cabrón. Y si tienes cualquier duda, acá en el mismo sitio tenemos una madre, un paquete, sesiones de trading en vivo, donde está todo el curso desglosado y además tienes acceso al chat para hablar con nosotros en las 3 sesiones en vivo y estar en la clase como la que tuvimos ayer, que dio grandes trades para toda la gente que estuvo ahí. Dios, los jueves son mis favoritos. Los jueves son mis favoritos en trading. Solana tocó fondo a los $8 en un jueves también, por cierto. Estaba yo en un en vivo con Deluxe en ese entonces. Todo esto incluye 2 clases también mensuales y se lo recomiendo. Lo que haces es, ves el curso, ves nuestros en vivos y anotas preguntas. Güey, no entiendo esto. Ya vi el curso, pero no entiendo esto cuando hablas en él en el en vivo. Y se los digo, hay mucha gente que entra también a esto sin ver el curso. Ve el curso, es lo que más te va a ayudar. Si no, lo que tengo que hacer yo es explicarte el curso en lo que estamos dando clases para que aprendas más. Es súper fácil. Y luego vienes y preguntas, güey, no entendí ni vergas de esto. Suenas como pendejo haciendo esto, dímelo. Y ahí deberías de poder entender ya todo. Y de esto te puedes largar a donde quieras a aprender. Tengo cuates que hacen cursos de $5,000, $10,000 ¿Qué es esto? Te enseñan exactamente lo mismo y no son más vergas que nosotros en hacer esto. Creo que lo han visto completamente. Así que vámonos con todo, damas y caballeros, a empezar estos análisis. Vamos a ver cómo va Bitcoin, si vamos a entrar en corto, si vamos a entrar en long. Good morning, boys. How are you?
Feliz viernes.
Oh, I'm
Feliz
muted.
viernes, señor.
Yo, what up, boys?
Hey, how you doing?
How you doing? How you doing?
Hey,
I'm
how's
doing
it?
good. Doing good.
What do you got there, Alex? You're going to give us the fucking clues to make $1 billion in 2 days?
2 billion.
Because you
actually,
fucking
dude.
better.
I gotta pay rent tomorrow, so 2 days is cutting it a little fast.
Get it, sir. What's going on with the corn?
Yeah, we have a very easy day today, actually. I mean, Friday, we're now at the big level. And actually, our Academy TP hit TP1. So we've hit our TP zone. A marvelous short we were able to catch from this region here. I think we caught it at 73.5, 74K. So essentially this top all the way down 2 days, 7.8%. Not bad, life-changing money. And so now where are we? Well, we're at the big spot. I mean, cycle high 2021 is the big spot. The hopium was exactly what you visually see here. You have the price structure shift, hit resistance right at that 72,800 region. You got back above the daily EMA 34. So right in this perspective was looking good. You were in a daily buy. You're above the cycle high. We always talked about the idea that we are going to retest this cycle high. Obviously, I mean, the most bullish bulls want to retest here, so that way they could actually break out. So we have gotten that retest. The issue is you're not holding it. This is a big thing going into today. You absolutely, unequivocally need to hold the retest today, or else this is going to be a massive deviation. You've now re-entered this range, that range that we played beautifully from 69.2 all the way down to 65.5. And that will mean that Bitcoin upon tonight's closure will open up a 5.7% range, which I know seems crazy considering we've already gone down 7%. But this is the beauty of this range and playing the targets and levels, all level to level. So today you need to be holding 69,200 as a bull. You're at 68.5 and it looks absolutely terrible in the lower time frames. Today we talked about on the Discord daily EMA 34 rejection. This instantly last night was a big sign for me. I was max shorting yesterday. It was a beautiful day. We were at me and Farn were talking about it last night. Daily EMA 34 deviation. Very, very clearly you were going to get some kind of retest. This provided you a little bounce. You actually went right up to this right up to 73,500, slightly above it, but nevertheless not too far. Actually you went to 71,400. My apologies. I'm acting like it's Monday, but it's Friday. So you can see you actually perfectly got the retest of the bearish retest, bearish deviation. You got the bearish retest here. So, right, this is still playing very much into bear's hands. And this setup today that's now gone down 3% is really the good example on an easy setup is still printing 3%. You have to really be concerned as a bull if potentially you're losing control. Now, confirmation of all of this today will be, well, once you deviate the 2021 cycle high, you are no longer in a long zone. You have no kind of idea on longing, and it's the same exact criteria that we talked about in February 15th, where that ended up taking us all the way down to 62.2. So today, right, we've TP'd our shorts partially. We've hit the cycle high. I'm definitely trimming my shorts here because I'm understanding that if we end up closing dailies below this red line, you are going to actually get a retest and reject down. That means I can take this short again. I have absolutely no FOMO here, and I'm not one to be aggressively shorting into a cycle high on the daily. But now let's go to the lower time frames and see kind of what we're viewing here. So let's go to the 4-hour. Luckily for us, the 4-hour EMA 100 sitting pretty near the cycle high, 68,700. So at least that can help me have some kind of lower time frame gauge on, well, how the daily is going to develop. If the 4-hour starts losing this 4-hour EMA 100, I mean, look at the last reactions. You don't really need to take it from what I have to say. Just look at the reactions of this rejection. the 4-hour EMA 100 has been a good spot on lower time frames to kind of take trades. Now, I know people will look at this and kind of scoff at it because we did end up moving up. But hey, let's look at this really quick. So you had a 4-hour EMA 100. This gave you a 8% short. Imagine shorting that on 100x. That's 800%. I would know because I've done that. It's beautiful. 4% on a 4-hour setup is not bad at all. But sometimes you get lucky and you're in trending markets and you actually can catch a massive move down off of a 4-hour setup. This is something we want to be watching in this area. Not only do you have that 4-hour EMA 100, but you also have the 2021 market cycle high, instantly putting this in a major zone if you start losing it. But have you lost it? No. And so again, this plays into, do you have FOMO to short right now? Do you feel like you're missing out? Absolutely not. You have the trigger finger. You're watching carefully today. And if you start actually closing below the cycle high on that 4-hour, it will start really signaling that you're going to start breaking down towards 65.5 to 62K. So we're potentially confirming a massive bearish setup. We've already hit our TP zones, and we really want to be kind of stingy here with taking profit because we very easily know if we do start massively deviating this zone, we will get another easy short. I mean, let's just on really fast. Look at the 30-minute reaction here. I mean, 69,200 deviation. Let's just see this really fast. Like if I was just like I had, 10 grand in the account, I need to make really fast money. This was just like a brain dead setup here that gave you a 1.3% move or about 130% with no risk. You could have just any closures below, above the cycle high. I'm cutting this trade. Oh, we position, boom, profit. Now, even this 30-minute, are we in a massive bullish environment? No, you're actually in this environment. Deviation came down, and then look at what occurred. You just slowly bled down. So again, not really bullish, has implications for that 4-hour happening in the next 50 minutes. So Bitcoin looks honestly beautiful for shorts. We're in a really good environment to be shorting, in my opinion. And into tonight, over the weekend, it really could confirm a massive bearish setup. A lot of bulls here, a lot of bulls really were trapped after we broke above 69K. And this is why at ETA, we always talk about confirmation, no trigger, no trade. Did we at all give you guys any kind of longs here? Not at all. Because there was literally no long to be giving in the $70,000 regions. Let me see here. Okay, perfect. And the reason is because you got the reclaim, you had the move down, and this, again, is it going to be the back test? 2 to 3 closures above the cycle high will give you some kind of long idea. Not one, okay, let me long. Oh, I need to sell. No. That doesn't confirm anything. It's just like what we said here. We reclaimed, we held it, we tried to hold it. But what was the difference here? This was bearish consolidation because you were under the daily 5. So here you have the daily buy trigger. You have targets towards the daily EMA 100, but you don't have any confirmation. You don't have the 2 to 3 closures above. Right? It needs to be like a picture perfect environment if you're going to be a bull in a bear market. And you're just not getting that. You're not getting picture perfect setups. Actually, you're getting picture perfect short setups. Like this is literally in a short. If you're wanting a short, you're just watching the 4-hour. This cycle high is going to give you a short. Let's observe the last time we got a 4-hour deviation of the cycle high. It was here. This took you down to a $66,000 Bitcoin. Again, here's another 4-hour deviation. That's your 62 or 63K. Almost 62.2. Here's another one. That's where you went down to 62.2. So on the Discord today at ETA, I'm going to be watching very carefully to maybe give a Discord short. Not an ETA short. I want to be waiting for the dailies, but maybe on the Discord we can give a lower time frame cheeky short and look for something like this. Perhaps. So that's the lower time frames. This looks like a massive bull trap. And why would we call this a bull trap? Well, because you had technically daily trend shift up. This is important. You can have daily trend shift up, But if weekly trend doesn't do anything, then you're massively concerned, right? Weekly trend still in a downtrend, while daily trend is potentially in an uptrend, bull trap. Higher time frames have to match the lower time frames. Daily flips into 5-day, which flips into weekly. If the daily goes into an uptrend, but the weekly is producing a lower high, that most likely gives you a lower time frame bull trap. Oh, wow, the weekly here. What did we do? Well, we just essentially retested the weekly EMA 5. We came very close to the weekly 9, something we were talking about based on the weekly silver cross. Notice how really, I mean, even despite this move up, despite everyone being horny and happy on CR, notice how nothing's really changed on Bitcoin. Even a setup like a weekly moving to the 9, which we literally said on stream, usually these weekly EMA 9 moves get everyone bullish, because if you take 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 weeks to move to the 9, once you get that pop finally to the 9, it just gets everyone massively bullish. It's very similar to this move we had, and this is something we all should be observing in this bear market. You make a massive move to the 9, even pop to the 21, we're so back, but it doesn't change anything at all in this chart. Here we make a massive move to the 9 essentially, and it doesn't change anything. Let's go to that bi-weekly, no changes here. And even look at this bi-weekly now. You have 9 days left to go. I still stand on what I said. March is going to be one of the, in my opinion, most volatile months that we've seen this entire bear market and possibly in the entire market of Bitcoin. And I'll explain that on the monthly, but this bi-weekly is really starting to confirm that, which is you have a massive wick high rejection off of the bi-weekly 5, a logical place, and also the first spot you'd be gauging a very weak rejection on Bitcoin off of a bi-weekly 5. That's crazy. You have the 2021 market cycle high deviated. You have the bi-weekly EMA 100 deviated. You're now below both of them with a massive wick high rejection. I mean, imagine being short here. I would know, because we are. And like, think of how comfortable shorts are right here, knowing that most likely this bi-weekly is going to flip red. That means they still have a 4% on these shorts, or a move down to 65. Now, how will this candle start looking if this flips red? This will look like one of the worst candles we've had this entire bear market, would it not? If this flipped red, you have a massive multi-thousand wick high rejection leading to a massive multi-thousand candle body. It's almost like what you would need if you're going to start moving down to 49s, 58s, 40s. Regardless, lower. It's almost as if bi-weekly volatility is still giving you that move to the downside, even though if you go on CR like the last 3 days, we're apparently in a raging bull market again. I'd be very cautious of where Bitcoin's at. It's the equivalent of where we were at here before we made a 30% move down. I'd be very, very, very cautious here. Doesn't need to happen in 9 days, but most likely happens in March. So we could go another close, rally up, and then move down, similar to what we had here. Took a few bi-weeklies, you still stayed under the level, and then you broke down. But I hope everyone is still aware we are still brewing a 40% move at this point now, like a 35, 33% move, or no, technically 32% move now at this point, since we've gone down 8% in March. And that is because of the monthlies. It's very funny. I mean, again, we were talking about this monthly, and the monthly EMA 34 was just kind of the spot we need to watch. Huh, who would have known that? I mean, look at how perfect you got the rejection here. And now visually, what do you have? Well, you have nothing but air until this monthly EMA 100 at $46,000. It's almost like we're in this environment in May and June 2022. Who would have known that? Crazy. What do I mean by that? Well, once you lost the monthly EMA 34 on CME, you rallied up to it, and then you got a 40% red dildo. You've lost the 34, you've rallied up to it. Now what's the only thing brewing here? The 40% red dildo. Or in this case now 32%, because we've already gone down 8%. And you see even visually here, look at this. I mean, this doesn't look bullish at all. This looks very, very, very concerning of a major capitulation down to the 49s. And we can see that, right? Like this is like the opposite of a buy. This is a sell trigger. Last time you've been in this environment was here. Well, when Bitcoin made its move to 32s all the way down to 15s. Well, we can't make a big move. Grant Cardone told me we're going up. Well, he also didn't tell you that we're also in the most interesting spot per monthly volatility on CME, which tells you that if this is a bear market, this is going to be a super cycle of bear markets. It's going to be a super bear market, if you will. No one will say that, I guess, but here we are. And it makes sense. You have all the things on the chart telling you what everyone's calling is for a super bull market. We're actually going to get a super bear market. We're getting things we've never had before happening on the chart. And let's not forget we've closed under the bi-monthly 21. Now, this is very interesting because, well, this is giving you a target down to 56,800 in a month, 25 days. Just lower, regardless of how you look at it. And look at these wick lows. I don't need to be a complicated trader. What was support, like in March, April, was now flipped into resistance. We're very simple men. And this is a very simple perspective. You do not need insane indicators, expensive things. What was support always does eventually get flipped into resistance. Now we've gotten the retest. We've gotten the rejection. We need to now see follow through from bears. Bears have every opportunity at this region to reject Bitcoin. Every opportunity. They can flex. They can show up to the party with the hottest girl. Bears are on top at this point. They are the top. You can decipher that however you want. So, right, Bitcoin is now deviating the cycle high. Really bearish as it could become. And remember, last time we started to do this on the lower time frames, this is what took us down from 69,000 all the way to 60,000. Let's watch very carefully this 4-hour setup because this will be confirming a short. And the fact that it is right at the 4-hour EMA 100 and also cycle high of 2021 makes this a very, very, very interesting spot. But remember, you're not just shorting right now. You need the trigger. The trigger will be closures going into the daily under 69.2 will mean we're going to nuke all the way down to 65. I don't need to be a genius saying that. We're just going to be respecting the range 69.2 to 65.5. I keep saying 65.5. It's actually 65K flat. You're using this low. I mean 62.2. My brain just keeps mixing those up. 65K. It's a range. 65, 69.2, 65, 69.2, 65, 69.2. Lose 65, you go down to 62.2. I know this seems like a mouthful, but that's just what ranges are. Once you lose 62.2 or, right, February 5th low, this will confirm the move down to 58 and possibly lower. And I know, again, it just seems like, well, he's just saying numbers. Well, no, but it really does work well when you identify a range and it's respected well. I mean, we've caught many trades in this region. I know Alejandro was printing, Farn was printing. We were all printing in this range because it was just really well respected. I mean, look at the consolidation before the pop. Look what was holding very nicely. The reclaim. And it's like, if you look at this, it looks crazy. But if you start like zooming in, you get the reclaim, retest, breakout. But man, it was so unexpected. How did we know? It's just because you were holding support. It will take you up to the next zone. Okay, you get the reclaim, retest, breakout. And then, okay, do we hold the level? No, we don't. Potentially, we don't know. So if you ever feel like complicated with Bitcoin, just zoom in a little bit, go to like a little higher time frame than like a 3-minute and start really looking at what's occurring. It's always telling a story, always. It's always telling a story. So we've hit the weekly, bi-weekly, monthly, dailies. We talked about the 4-hour. I mean, we basically hit everything on this. Let me see here. Daily deviation. Already the daily 34 tested. You start deviating cycle high, watch for the daily 9 to get tested. Just deviation play on the EMAs, lines up with the cycle high deviation. We'll go to tether dominance now. All right, let's look at tether dominance because, well, last stream on Wednesday, I know we had a private class, but if you're not cool, you weren't in there. Just kidding, but not really. We were talking on Wednesday about a massive pump into the 12-hour EMA 100. Well, to me, it seems like that actually to the T perfectly was the spot to be watching, was the spot to be gauging, and this was the bounce zone. We even had something like this that we posted on our free Discord. So this now seems like it is confirming what we saw before. And all this was nothing more than a retest of the 12-hour EMA 100, something that really we saw bulls really start to get momentum once we got back above. A 12-hour EMA 100 will always be a big zone. You have to think of it like that's like the middle ground before going to a daily EMA 100. Kind of makes sense, right? It's 12 hours, like half of a daily. And look at where Bitcoin rejected. Even on that Wednesday stream, we were talking about 12-hour EMA 100 is the short zone, most likely. This is actually what influenced my short trigger for the Academy. So here we got the bounce perfectly off that. You've gotten the deviation. But what do you have here? We kind of have an inefficiency. You kind of need a retest. That can help get us some kind of trade idea going into the weekend. If maybe you do deviate the cycle high and you start, let's say, getting that little mean reversion bounce towards it, watch for a move like this. Daily closes back under the daily 34. That will put us back within a buy trigger on tether dominance. And if you are back within a buy trigger within this range, you have to be very, 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 well, cautious if you're a bull of a major move up on tether dominance. Cautious if you're a Bitcoin bull. Remember, this moves up, Bitcoin moves down. Because let's not forget, we were really getting a lot of confluence into March with May, June 2022. What do I mean by that? Well, we entered into a monthly 38.2% breakout into March. Very similar, very similar. And if you haven't been paying attention, this is probably the best time to pay attention to the analysis right now, because this is exactly what environment we're potentially entering into going into March. Once you broke out into 2022, what occurred in May? You got a green dildo, you broke out. You then into June made a move down, tested the 38.2%, and then into that month, you went up 31%, or you went straight to, and I always forget the number, let's see here, you went straight to the 78.6%. So let me backtrack here so we all can see what I mean. Breakout, retest, 78.2%. 78.6%. I know I sent it off. Right? We'll do it again. Broke out, retest. We'll zoom in so we can really see. Broke out, retest, slingshotted right up to this green zone. Okay, we understand that. What are we doing now? Okay, we broke out. We retested perfectly fine and went a little below it. That's perfect. That just means that this is going to turn into an epic hammerhead, which also means that this is ready for launch. This is like liquidity to just boost us up. But we've retested it. We're back above the blue zone. What's next? Well, the 78.6%, of course, if this is going to play out. What does that mean? That means that we're potentially brewing a 58.8% move to the downside on Bitcoin, to the upside on tether dominance. Kind of interesting, considering we're still having that massive March BBWP setup. So, I mean, this is very interesting to me. This is exactly what's been keeping my confidence strong while we're moving up. Apparently, bulls are so happy and horny. And I'm just in the back of my head like, no. We're like going to move down statistically. This is just playing the bear prophecy. And uncoincidentally, you're just retesting a monthly EMA 34. How predictable. So we understand this correlation on tether dominance. But again, what occurred in same environment, literally same everything. Let's go to CME, go to the monthly. What occurred in this environment? Time. You lost the monthly 34. You rallied up to it and massively rejected it. And actually, where did we reject on the HPDR? I think we looked at this before. Was it 61.8%? It was. Look at this green line. Okay, we lost to 34, rallied up to 61.8%. Where did we rally up here? Interesting. So we've lost to 34, didn't fully rally up to the 61.8%, but we have hit the 34. That is always going to be your first spot on the bearish retest, the 34 on a monthly. So we're very similar to this. What's the only thing now we're waiting for? A massive red dildo. This rejected the 34 and went straight to the 100%. The equivalent of going from the 34 down to the 100%. That would be a 53% move. What does that really start lining up with? Maybe the 38.2% breakout towards here, 59% move. So you can really see why it's kind of inaccurate to be calling for a super cycle for bulls. Doesn't really make sense. Tether dominance looks like it's about to confirm a macro uptrend for the first time ever. And well, you have to be very concerned if this is in a macro uptrend. Maybe this will never start moving down again. Maybe this was a higher low. Maybe that Bitcoin high we saw in this bull market we've been in that was epic and institutions are in, everyone's fully good with buying Bitcoin. Maybe we'll never see something like that again. Because if this is a macro higher low, what does that mean? Macro higher lows don't get taken out unless you macro trend shift. Kind of hard to be talking about a macro trend shift if we're in the midst of a macro trend shift to the upside, like confirming that. Because have you confirmed anything? You've gotten your higher high, you've gotten your higher low potential. All you need is your higher high break. And there you finally have your bullish price structure on tether dominance yearly. Finally. That means that then we come down, maybe we're a new bull market. We come in for the new higher low. But then that could mean that we're going to come back up. I don't know what that'll mean for our Bitcoin high. But when you're entering something like this over the next few years, this is what that means. If this is the next higher low and we do a higher high, that means this next higher low is not going to take out this one. Unsure what that'll mean for the Bitcoin high. Could just mean that, well, all just need to absolutely die on this move down, potentially. Maybe. I don't know what that'll mean, though. Maybe the market cap will just get very Bitcoin dependent and alts will die. I have no idea. I'm a simple man. I just click buttons and draw meme lines. But hey, this does make sense. If you really think about it, like macro trend, higher high, higher low, meaning this low will never get taken. It's almost like, let's just go to like, what was I going to say? It's almost like this chart here. Like, I know it seems crazy. Let's go to Solana really fast. Let's go to the yearly. It's almost like the equivalent of like saying that we're never going to go down to like $9 on Sol. And that would make sense, right? You're like, here you have your higher low, higher high. So technically your higher low shouldn't break the last, higher low shouldn't break the last major higher low. And that's like $9-10, right? And you can just see we've never gone back to that zone. So with tether dominance confirming that, potentially confirming it, you have to be kind of concerned about that. Because, well, this low here, remember, was the low where we were making that new high on Bitcoin in October. So, yeah, something to just ponder. Let's go really fast to our USDCD. Chart. Let's go to our monthly, because remember, we have that set up as well. It's crazy all these setups we have. And I mean, you guys in real time see that I'm literally sometimes figuring out these setups on stream. So you can see it. You don't have to be smart at all. I mean, look at me, but you can just like relate the past. Often it won't be exactly the same, but it'll just rhyme. And really, so far, that's what we're seeing very, very, very clearly. Now, I think circle dominance is very interesting because, well, it's painting a picture, actually. We had the setup here. Remember, we talked about this in November. When we got back above the median on the monthly, we said, okay, we're now in this environment. Right before we had the epic bear market. Excuse me. As long as we're holding above 2.31%, the median on the monthly, also the meme line, you're going to have an objective move straight up to that 3.5%. or top side 38.2%. Right here, held the median on the monthly, 2.31% held. You moved up. You actually moved up to the objective zone. You've now moved up to the objective zone. But let's watch really carefully when this bull market here really started to kick off. Because it's still telling a story. It is. It really is. It wasn't really during this environment in this range. No. It was when we got the reclaim of 3.55% while also opening into a monthly breakout. We can see that monthly here, breakout, move up. Well, very interesting because we did open this monthly into a breakout. All we need now is to get back above 3.55%, and we are literally in the same criteria as this. Like, it could just move up. And this went up all the way to the 100%. Now, right, you can argue, well, this was not a lot of data, very young, HBDR, not a lot of data. So then, yeah, maybe we still break out towards the 97%. Still, regardless, this is still brewing a major breakout move that exasperated this bull market and circle bear market in Bitcoin. We are on the verge of seeing that. We just need to get back above 3.5%. So this still looks pretty good too. And I mean, doesn't matter my theories, tinfoil hats, whatever. It just matters. Are we still in a monthly breakout? We are. Okay. So all we've seen from this move up is just getting us into that monthly breakout. All we've seen this month is the retest. The retest. The bearish retest. Oh, damn. I hate when it does that. Messes up my flow. The bearish retest. Fuck trading view, honestly. The bearish retest. I think the bearish retest. Let's see if I can do another one. Where's Coinbase? Fuck. Well, oh no, here it is. The bearish retest. See, knew that one also had one. See, it's funny how that works. So we just want to be fully aware markets in crypto have just kind of solidified a bearish retest. We got in that 4-hour close. Have I gone on for 58 minutes? Nope, still 30 minutes left to go. So remember, you're still watching that. For me, though, 69,200 is the big spot. You get back above, bulls have a chance. They have a chance at potentially retesting maybe 72.2. You're still in this deviation setup. You get a bounce from here. 72.2 will be the objective. Here, most likely just puts in daily downtrend. Right, you can see lower high on the daily, and then you get your lower low break. Or you do just start deviating the cycle high, which in that case, you will just have an aggressive objective down to 65,000. So in summary, you're just now, in summary on Bitcoin, you're watching the 2021 cycle high. Tether dominance still looks like it's ready to bust to the upside, and it's really confirming now 32% move in March. That is still opportunity for us because we know the party really starts once you deviate the cycle high. Everything here that we saw was chop. That's it. Even here, chop. We still haven't really broken out. Once you really break down from the 2021 cycle high, you're going to see a very, very, very aggressive drop. All the algos, everyone just doesn't want to hold Bitcoin under the cycle high. Why would you? That's just not logical. Now, Bitcoin dominance is still putting in a massive setup. Weekly volatility is still at the lowest read ever. And Bitcoin dominance looks like it's just put in a bearish retest, something we talked about on Wednesday, exactly on Wednesday, which was exactly when we tested the weekly 34 and also 59.69% for the culture. Now you need to be watching for a rejection and breakdown. Remember, breakdowns on Bitcoin dominance confirm once you lose the weekly EMA 100. At that point, you'll have a target down to the weekly SMA 200 at 57.4%. So even here looks very bad. I mean, it's pretty insane to be bullish on crypto when every chart you're seeing looks very, 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 very bad. Like really fast. This doesn't look good at all. That looks just massively concerning. This looks very concerning. Like it just put in a macro bearish retest. Coinbase, that's not really good. Is strategy? Oh no, strategy has retested the weekly SMA 200. That's not very bullish. And also, it's been a long time since it's closed under it. All while tether dominance here is just bullish consolidating a level we've not really ever seen hold. So, I mean, just kind of, just be a little cautious here if you're a Bitcoin bull. And if you're in with ETA, watch the trading alerts. TP1 your zone here at the 69,200. And once you lose that, TP2 will actually, take hold. There I have a $58,000 target. I think, yeah, 58, maybe 65.5. Maybe on the ETA short I posted 2 days ago, it just plays the ranges. 69.2 gets lost, 65.5, and then maybe down to 58s. Regardless, money, honestly, money. And when I posted that trade, I was fully in the expectation of this most likely will be a 10% move trade. So not too bad, I will say. Bitcoin looks extremely weak. And it being at the 2021 market cycle high means this is massive opportunity today if you're patient and if you know what to watch. And today we're watching the 4-hour bleeding into the daily. Remember the 4-hour EMA 100. So that's all I got on Bitcoin.
All right. Let's share the screen. Go to HPDR. Daily time frame. Alrighty. And we are getting momentum now starting to flip to the downside. Let me put in, there we go. We got momentum flipping down, still within the bullish control zone, but it is starting to get below the moving average, about to test the edge of the bullish control zone, but volatility is now going into contraction. And on this move down, we have come down to the daily 9 EMA. We came slightly below that, front running the top 38.2% slightly at around $67,900. Our bottom so far is about 68,120. And we are currently not forming much bearish divergence here currently because we have made higher high on price as well as higher high on momentum. Let's go down a little bit, go into the 12-hour. 12 hours now starting to tick back up on momentum right at the edge of the bullish control zone with volatility now close to going to expansion as well. The 12-hour jewel has lost the buy signal, but it has not switched into the sell signal just yet. And that goes along with price coming down to the top 38.2%. And we are currently getting a bounce from the 38.2%, and we are over the 21 EMA. What I'd like to see, or what bulls would like to see, is for continuation upwards. You want to see a close over this $69,400, $69,500 area. And then you should see another attempt at the 78.6%, around $71,000. See if there's any divergences here. No. You are now forming possible hidden bullish divergence because you have taken out this previous low on momentum or price is putting in a higher low. But to confirm this, you need to close over 71,401. Same thing on the daily. No. 8 hours about to close very soon. 8 hours also putting in possible hidden bullish divergence because you have taken out this previous low on momentum or price is still making a higher low. This will need a close over 71,401, same number to confirm. And then if you do get that confirmation, that gives you a move up to $75,000. And we currently do have a silver cross to the upside on the 8-hour, and this is currently just a retest of the cross. When we're back above the bottom 38.2%, that level's at $68,700. If you can close over this area, that will maintain closing over the cross, and then you should see another attempt into the 9 EMA and 38.2%, around $70,000. And we are getting a first sell signal on the 8-hour jewel. Hasn't confirmed just yet, though. 6 hours also positioned to the downside, but getting very extreme there with volatility expanding. And you are getting a bounce off the 95% on the HPDR. Plus, you have a silver cross on the 6 hour as well. Plus, you're getting a bounce off of the 6 hour silver cross. Now you have probabilities against continuation. So the downside here, more likely consolidation or a little bit of a bounce rather than continuation, because you would have 5% chance of continuation from this on. 4 hours, once again, flipping back to the downside, volatility going into expansion. 4 hours very close to giving you a nice sell signal here with the pink about to drop below the yellow within the bullish control zone. But it's the same thing on the 4 hours that you're tapping very extreme areas on momentum to the downside on 97.5%. More likely you will get somewhat of a bounce or consolidation here rather than continuation. Plus 4 hours very close to coming back above that 200 SMA. If you do get a 4 hour close over this 200 SMA, then more likely you will see a bounce into somewhere around $69,000 to $70,000. 2 hours also flew to the downside, also getting a bounce from that extreme area on the HPDR. Right now we want to see a close up at this 100 EMA, and then we can see continuation on this bounce. Hourly as well as flip to the downside, but very extreme to the downside. It goes along with the bounce from this 200 SMA. We currently do have a silver cross to the downside in the hourly, so from there we would have a setup to tapping somewhere around 69.5, which is the 9 EMA. It is now starting to flip back up on momentum with volatility contracting. You are getting a God mode signal on the jewel with a neutral signal. You haven't given the buy signal just yet, but on this next open, this is likely going to switch into buy with the God mode background. Let's see what type of results that usually produces on a 30-minute. And we're rolling into the God mode ones. One of the reasons why I love Mexican food is because it sounds so much more classy to say I'm having milanesa de pollo for lunch rather than fried chicken. Way more classy. And there we go. See, we got to move down of 0.5% and then move up of 1%. Not bad. For a 30-minute setup, not bad. 1.5, 2%. This one, about 2%, 2.5%. There we go. There's another one. 2%, 2.8%. Same, we're very close to the 2.5% number. All right, now we take this one. 1%, 3%. Eventually we'll have 6.7, 7.5. This is one of the bigger ones. All right, let's see how much is this drawn correctly? It is indeed. How much are we up so far? From the open to the high, about 0.33%. So if we were to take it about 1%, which is like the minimum move, 1% brings us to right around 69,500. Very interesting. That number has come up several times now. Take it about 2%. 2% brings us to about $70,000. That number has also come up. Take it about 2.5. Brings us to about 70,500. Take it about 3-ish. It's about 71,000. And then on towards the higher end, 6 to 7%. 6% brings us to about 73,000. And 7-ish brings us to about $74,000. Let's see if those other numbers come back up. Plus 15 minutes also flipped up with volatility going into contraction, and you're getting a neutral signal on Jewel on this one as well, with the two rejections of the critical zone. Currently, you have gotten the close back over the 5, so you just want to see continuation of, or continue to hold that 5 on a closing basis. You close in about 20 seconds, you're about to lose it. Let's just watch it real quick. Let's give it 20 seconds. And if this does flip back down here, likely you're going to get a nice little dump ski. Or deviate the 5 EMA. I mean. Let's take a look at that. 4, 3, 2, 1. And we have deviated. But the 38.2% has caught back up with price action now. Let's zoom in on this, and we've gotten a buy signal on this jewel as well. So it's not the worst. It's got to hold this 38.2% on a closing basis. Now let's check RSI. Alrighty. Daily is putting in a local bottom on Tether. This is gonna confirm with any close over 7.945%, which we are ever so slightly over at this moment. We're also approaching the simple moving average in the neutral zone, which is around 8%. That is going to be resistance. 12 hours also making a local bottom. Neutral zone is at about 8.16%. I was also making a local bottom. Neutral zone is at 8.16%, same level. Zoom in here. We are currently forming hidden bearish divergence because you are possible because you are taking out these previous highs on momentum, while price is making a lower high. Zoom in. However, it's also forming hidden bearish divergence because you're taking out all of these highs on momentum. Just need to lose this 200 SMA. Two days now at 2 periods of 0% volatility, with momentum bouncing at the edge of the bearish control zone. Tradea currently has active bearish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing below 8.330%. You tested the easy target, which is the edge of the bullish control zone. Next level is the neutral zone, and that level is at about, well, first the edge of the bearish control zone again, or bullish control zone, 7.7%, and the neutral zone is at 6.26%. Still has bullish divergence, although this arguably played out. Next target would be the critical zone. That's at about 9.56%. Support is going to be somewhere between the simple moving average and the edge of the bullish control zone, 7.79% to 7.5%. Not really much lower. Bitcoin. Bitcoin is currently making a local top. This will confirm with any close below, let's see here, 70,633, and that gives you a move down to the simple move, somewhere between the simple moving average and the bearish control zone. That gives you a range between 66,600, nice 666, and the bearish control zone is at 60,000. And I was also making a local top. And I would target the edge of the bullish control zone, which you're hitting currently. That's at about $69,000. Hourly's got hidden bearish divergence, very close to the critical zone. Critical zone is, so you're already in the critical zone. Interesting. Critical zone is at 68,600. $30-minute has fresh hidden bearish divergence. Critical zone currently is at 67,800. Local top even on the 15-minute. That's going to target currently the critical zone that sits at about 67,000. Alrighty. Let's shift into 30-minute, 15-minute. Okay. 2-day. Nothing there. You're close to making a local top here. This will confirm with any close below 68,340. And then that's going to give you a target down to about 61,000 on confirmation. 5 days also testing resistance at the simple moving average. That's at 71,000. And this is just a bearish retest now of your 5 EMA and your 9 EMA. I mean, your 200 SMA and your 9 EMA. Weekly is also tested in simple moving average, which is going to be resistance right around 69,500. Oh, nice. That number comes back up again. Monthly still got that bearish divergence, lower highs on momentum, higher highs on price. Quarterly's also still got bearish divergence as long as you're closing below $114,000. And 6 months is putting in possible 3 drives of possible bearish divergence with any close below 74,441. That gives you a move down to that 21, which is currently about 43,000. Eventually, it's going to be around 45 or 46,000. Switch into momentum. Alrighty, it's daily. Out a little bit. Daily momentum is currently flipped up with volatility expanding, and it's going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over 67,800, which you are very close to that number currently. This one. 12 hours currently freshly flipped down on momentum, and it's going to remain flipped down as long as you're closing below $72,550. That's freshly flipped down, and it's a rejection of the critical zone. Now let's look at the next one. That will be the 8 hour. 8 hours currently also freshly flipped to the downside, and it's going to remain flipped down as long with volatility contracting as long as you're closing below $73,300. 4 hours also flipped to the downside with a dip of death, and volatility is now expanding, and it's going to remain flipped down as long as you're closing below 71,900. 2 hours also freshly flipped down with volatility expanding, and it's going to remain flipped down as long as you're closing below $68,800. Hourly is also freshly flipped down, volatility expanding with the silver cross to the downside, and it's going to remain flipped down as long as you're closing below $69,000. 15-minute is currently also freshly flipped to the downside, rejecting getting out of the critical zone, and it's going to remain flipped down as long as you're closing below $68,500. Two-day currently is also currently flipped up with volatility almost back at extreme lows, and it's going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over $65,200. 3 days currently is also flipped up, and it's going to remain flipped up with volatility at extremes as long as you're closing over $67,300, and you are closing in on that number. So once this 5 day does flip back down, this is likely going to put in your or signify your next local top, and likely going to get some nice dumping action from that zone there. Okay. And then let's go into the weekly, and then we'll use index for this one. Right. Weekly currently does have a silver cross at the downside, and you are currently freshly flipped back down on the weekly, but you will flip back up if you can close over $63,000, which you are about $5,000 over. Not very difficult to hold that over for the next 2 days and then flip this back up. And if this weekly momentum does freshly flip back up, I am looking for more of a bounce and a move into somewhere around at least this 9 EMA around $75,000. If this remains to the downside, then you're likely going to see some dumping action to this $58,000 zone. 2 week is once again back below that 200, that 100 EMA after getting to close below it. As of now, this is just a bearish retest, and if you do close confirming close below this 100, likely eventually going to make your way down to wherever this 200 is at that time. Right now, it's at about $41,000. Monthly is also flipped down with volatility very close to firing off a volatility setup, and it's going to remain flipped down as long as you're closing below 113,300, plus you're entering into the bearish control zone now. Quarterly is also flipped down, losing the critical zone with volatility approaching the lowest point ever, and it's going to remain flipped down as long as you're closing below $108,000. But on all of the high time frames, Bitcoin is now shifting solidly into bearish control, with quarterly confirming bearish divergence, momentum flipped down, 6 month putting in possibility for 3 drives of bearish divergence that will confirm with any close below 74,441. On the low time frames, currently you are getting momentum card is starting to flip once again back to the downside with volatility now expanding. So it looks like you're going to approach somewhere around that $67,000 to low $68,000 area. And if you can hold that on a closing basis, then I would expect continuation. Plus, with those hidden bullish divergences you're currently forming, get to somewhere around 75,000. Although if you lose that $67,000 area, though, then you're very likely going to continue dumping towards somewhere around 61 to 60,000, and then eventually somewhere around $58,000. And the invalidation is going to be getting a weekly close back over about $98,000 if you want to be super conservative, or about $80,000 if you want to be aggressive.
Thank you, senor. Sorry, I got a mouthful. That's what she said. 1 second. Perdón, como tu prima tengo la boca llena. Un segundo. Güey, está desayunando tu prima. No tiene nada de malo. Okay. Ahí está. Okay. Voy a mutear el micrófono, perdón, que voy a hacer muchos ruidos asquerosos. Perdón, ando, la neta, desayunando después de mi ejercicio. Oye, todo el mundo dice, no tengo tiempo de nada. En lo que veo a Farhan y Alex, qué es lo que están planeando, hago mi rutina, me baño y desayuno. Maximizando el día, para que en la tarde no tenga nada que hacer. Actúo como si de verdad me fuera a morir. Por falta de tiempo, pero para nada. Un segundo. Acabar con el café de una vez, cabrones. Ok. La razón por la que tengo el gráfico de Coinbase acá. Uno, tengo que decir, los jueves de clases, y creo que todo el mundo que viene, son mis favoritos. No sé por qué, vergas, todo lo más interesante pasa los jueves. En la bolsa, en cripto, en lo que quieras. Estás viendo aquí mi tabla de Coinbase. Y puedes ver que Coinbase estaba llegando a esta resistencia. Doble resistencia, porque tienes el promedio del 55, que es esta línea naranja que viene por acá, en la diaria, y tienes la línea meme, ¿no? Doble resistencia. Cuando volteamos a ver Circle, volteamos y adivinen qué vemos. Resistencia. Resistencia. Además de que una vela topera, cualquier cierre en Circle por debajo de 103 te debe llevar para abajo a buscar un mínimo. De acá, el último mínimo, alto, bajo, alto. Puede que venga más o menos por acá, para acá, o que se dé la vuelta por completo. Lo que sí es que tienes un cruce plateado. Pero, interesante, esto fue lo que nos guió en nuestros cortos en Bitcoin. Porque Bitcoin, en lo que todo el mundo estaba súper ensalzado por acá, también ayer les enseñé lo fácil que es. Cuando me encantaría que todos ustedes, y esto no lo digo como en mal pedo, me encantaría que todos ustedes también la gente los tuviera entre los ojos. ¿Y a qué me refiero con eso? De que estén intentando cagarse de risa de ustedes todo el día. Yo diría, antes eso era cagante, ahora es buenísimo, porque cuando veo el precio aquí arriba de Bitcoin, ¿no? El día de ayer, justamente acá, en 73, casi 74, veo eso, voy a mi X y hay güeyes inventando, ¿no? Literalmente ya inventan, ya ni siquiera se preocupan por ver si alguien los va a pelar o no, ya es totalmente la mentira. Salo dijo, ok, ahora que estaba en 64, pone un güey, qué pompazo. Y un güey abajo pone, ¡ja! Exacto. Y ahora estoy más seguro que nunca porque el idiota del Salomondrín dice que para el fin de semana todo va a bajar. Veo eso y es fácil. Me encantaría que todos ustedes tuvieran acceso a eso, pero tengo que decirles, tienen mi cuenta de X. Yo sé que no es lo mismo, pero métanse a ver los comentarios. Cuando algo está subiendo, bajando mucho, métete a mi cuenta de X. No lo digo para que me sigas, ni siquiera me sigas. Mete a la cuenta de X de Salomondrín y ven los comentarios randoms de los posts y pon último comentario. Cuando algo está en extremos y el fervor, la euforia está todo, sale este indio que tiene como 17 cuentas, que tiene que hacerlas todas parecer como si todas hablaran lo mismo de mí. No, ese es ese güey, que según él es un analista de cripto, ese güey es uno de los mejores contraindicadores del planeta. Y esto lo hacen todo el tiempo en mi cuenta. Y han visto una y otra puta vez cómo les enseño cómo eso funciona. No solo es un factor. ¿Cuántos factores? Circle, acá arriba. Coinbase, acá arriba. Bitcoin, acá arriba. Y ahora, si les enseño mi gráfico, vean lo perfecto que es. Ahí están los rangos, papis. Ahí están los rangos. Y ahora, lo único que tenemos que saber en este momento es que perdemos este mínimo de acá y en cierres, en cualquier cierre de 4 horas o lo que sea para mí, llévate este mínimo. Si esta cosa viene acá y rápido hace esto, no me importa. Pero si empiezo a ver cierres de 4 horas por debajo de esta vela en la diaria, en los 67,300, esto no va a funcionar como una idea de long. Ahorita yo tengo la idea del rebote en este momento y es lo que estamos viendo a corto plazo. Tuvimos todos estos cortos. Ayer, ¿qué platiqué? Cabrones, ayer no estuvieron en la clase. Y el video que hice aquí fue de una mantarraya galáctica. Pero bueno, a lo que me refería el video de ayer y lo que les estaba contando en la clase es, ¿qué ocurre después de que tienes un subidón con esta vela verde? Tienes que venir a eliminar a todos estos pendejos que se subieron en el long después, güey. Y ahora, podemos ver un escenario donde hayamos hecho ya el tope aquí y que esto se doble para abajo. El sabor de Bitcoin en esta bajada ha sido llévate los máximos y vete a la verga. Esto podría totalmente jugar, ¿ok? Si estás jugando el long, simplemente diría, usa esto como referencia. El 67,440, cierres de 4 horas por debajo de, adiós, tío, me salgo. Aunque rebote después, pues bueno, eso para mí es la trampa que funciona para sacarme. No, es lo que yo diría. Y si ves que esto continúa cayendo y regresas una vez a los 64, etcétera, pero no te llevas estos mínimos, esto me haría pensar que está baiteando a gente que se suba más para después ya bajarlos rico. Por ahora, que siempre decimos, y esto también lo vimos ayer, este mínimo de acá no nos lo hemos llevado. Cuando consolidamos para arriba, ¿qué es lo que ocurre siempre en Bitcoin? Y se los voy a enseñar rápido para los que vengan por primera vez aprendiendo. Bitcoin consolida para arriba, papi. Tope, pito. Y esto lo hace todas las veces, güey. Me gustaría que fuera una, ¿no? Consolidas para arriba, pito. Consolidas para arriba, pito. Consolidaste mega para arriba, super pito. Consolidaste para arriba, pito. Es más, consolidaste para arriba, aquí arriba, pito. ¿No? Esta es la jugada que nadie aprende en Bitcoin. Esta es una de las cosas más fascinantes si te gusta ver a la gente en el mundo. Esto y lo de la inflación. Los güeyes que no se cansan de predecir inflación, ¿no? No sé cómo verga sea posible, pero güey, son unos cracks en demostrar que nadie aprende nada. Es brutal. No puedes caer en la misma mentira tantas veces, pero una vez más, ¿no? Es la vieja que sale con el mismo güey o el güey que sale con la misma vieja, cabrones. Acá, Simplemente lo que yo creo es que vamos a aguantar por acá, despegar y darnos. Yo creo que todavía no hemos visto esto todavía. Ahora, lo que me hace pensar que tal vez sí es porque todos, no hay nadie que simplemente diga esto va para abajo más que Alex. ¿Ok? Y eso es bueno. Eso es muy bueno. Todo el mundo está diciendo que vamos a tal vez los 80, los 85, sino que los 75. Esta me huele mucho a la de los 98 que vimos antes, ¿no? En mi corto espectacular que se me olvidó, aquí arriba. Puede que estemos acá, ¿no? Es lo que esperaríamos todos. Pero cuando estábamos acá en los 98,000 que tocó el precio, todo el mundo esperaba aquí arriba. Aquí arriba, aquí están. 101, 105, 108. ¿Dónde íbamos a caer para continuar cayendo? Era la pregunta del siglo. Y eso puede pasar otra vez. El sabor de Bitcoin en este mercado bajista es lo rápido que está bajando, lo poco que deja desarrollarse esos patrones. Ahora, este patrón, por ejemplo, de acá, de caída, vamos a tomar desde el fondo hasta que empezó a caer, fueron 60 días, 2 meses. Este patrón de acá, desde el fondo hasta donde estamos ahorita, solamente lleva la mitad. Ok, me haría, y el pedo es que todas las demás de arriba, esta fue la más larga. Me encantaría ver esto, seguir pompeando hasta abril. Yo personalmente que mínimo creo que tenemos un pump. No estoy diciendo al nuevo máximo de acá, de los 73, 74, pero yo creo que otra vez para ir a retestear eso. Porque lo que acabas de hacer es sacar todos los longs y ahora todos los que venimos en corto estamos una vez más arriba, ¿no? Yo cerré mi corto y ahora estoy buscando mi long exactamente en este momento. Y una vez más, cierro abajo esta vela, tío, y olvídalo, estoy fuera. Gracias. Me voy a esperar a la siguiente jugada. Ahí tengo un long de Solana en un rebote en una zona bastante chingón esperándome en 70s. Si es que se llega a dar para jugar ese segundo nivel perdiendo este trade. Pero hasta ahora, mínimo los cortos que nos ha compartido Alex han sido funcionalísimos, han estado a toda madre y está funcionando perfecto todo. Todo va bien, todo va bien, todo va bien. ¿Qué más podemos platicar de esto antes de enseñar el análisis tal cual, duro, puro? Güey, qué pedo el petróleo, ¿no? Vean lo fácil que es esto, fuera de pedo. Resistencia desde el 2023. ¿Cuándo fue? Quiero que sepan esto. ¿Cuándo fue esto? Octubre del 2023, septiembre del 2023, el setup de jamás. Para abajo. Eso nos dio el mercado alcista. ¿Qué te debe de dar esto? Piénsenlo, mercado bajista. Qué cabrón. Siguiente objetivo, es ya el tope del 2023, así de rápido. Así de rápido. Los 94, una vez que rompas 94 en el petróleo, tíos, vamos a ir a ver. Ya, pues 120. 94 a 120. Uf, vamos a ver si se da. Pero la neta, todo bastante dentro de lo que hemos estado platicando. Hemos tenido muchísima suerte este año. Estaba preparando por acá potentemente, ¿no? En nuestro índice esta entrada. Esta entrada de acá que les estoy dejando, la voy a dejar aquí arriba, todavía la voy a seguir jugando. Si es que se llega a dar el precio ahí, que es cuando todo el mundo se vuelve alcista, ¿no? Sale tu Paco favorito. No, es que el gobierno nos da datos falsos y ahora los datos falsos que me dieron van más a mi favor, entonces se van a cambiar y se van a volver súper alcistas y la verga, y está aquí donde estoy buscando hacer mis cortos, mis operaciones chingonas, ¿no? Por ahora, solamente para quedar claros, porque hay mucha gente que se dice analista técnico y no entiende ni vergas, somos bajistas en altas temporalidades diciendo, güey, vamos a ver más bajo del bajo que hemos visto en los, ¿qué fueron? 60,000. Lo vamos a ver. ¿Va a tomar un mes, 2 meses, 3 meses? No sabemos. Vamos jugando paso a paso. En este momento, lo que estamos esperando y lo que estamos haciendo es jugar este rango. ¿Ok? Y en el rango vienes de la parte extrema de arriba del rango a la parte de en medio del rango y tienes la parte de abajo del rango. Hay veces que caes, subes, hay veces que rebotas, caes más fuerte y eso es lo que queremos jugar en este momento. Esa es la idea. Para mí abrieron el mercado antes de irnos a un viernes muy rojo. Eso es algo más que le aviento a a favor a mi pequeño long. Y la razón por qué lo digo es porque cuando a todos los pacos les tiran noticias falsas, y noticias falsas son datos, ¿no? De gobierno, en la mañana con fuerza y la repiten todos, y empieza el mercado en rojo, se da la vuelta. Es lo que normalmente hace. Una vez más, son de esas cosas de 7 de 10, ¿no? Puede que falle una vez, no hay pedo, 3 veces de 10, pero tienes más probabilidad de estar en lo correcto. Entonces voy a esperar a que mis EMAs por acá en la diaria aguanten, que tengamos nuestro retroceso al 9, eventualmente veamos el 69 aguantar y tal vez reventar a los 78 si nos cagamos, ¿no? Estaría bastante bien, brother. Pero bueno, empecemos con el análisis y siempre quieres empezar tu análisis ¿cómo se llama? En altas temporalidades. Esto de ahora, esto creo que es el fondo, lo voy a dejar. Una vez más, no estoy prediciendo que este es el precio ni el rango del fondo. Esto sería mi básico, mi punto básico de ello. Lo único que tengo pensado que podría ser diferente es la velocidad y fuerza en la que cae. Y puede que un día, 2 días o una semana veas un pedo así, después algo así. Ese sería el caso extremo, ¿ok? Pero de todas maneras tenemos cash. Y como lo hemos jugado con todo, lo vamos a medir como doctores metiéndole el pulgar en el ano al mercado y saber cuándo respira ese hijo de puta, ¿ok? Para que no estemos preocupados. Nos da absolutamente igual esto. Esto simplemente es como referencia para mí y aprender de mis errores. Esta línea no hace falta. Y vamos a empezar el análisis con la de 6 meses. La de 6 meses es una de las más importantes. Ahora, quiero que vean esto. 2 cosas que valen la pena notar. En la de 6 meses, damas y caballeros, perdón, todos los dibujos de la clase de ayer. En la de 6 meses tenemos la volatilidad en el punto más bajo de toda la historia en Bitcoin. Para todos ustedes que no lo sepan, cuando volatilidad baja, eso quiere decir que no hay volatilidad, ¿no? Abajo de esta línea amarilla no hay volatilidad, no la hay, ¿ok? Bien, eso es importante entender. No tienes que venir al punto de abajo. En el punto más bajo de toda la historia de esta tabla desde el 2009, ¿ese no es el índice? Sí, pero... del punto más bajo de la tabla, lo que nos dice es que cuando volatilidad se dé la vuelta y pase por encima del promedio, lo va a hacer con la mayor fuerza que hemos visto en toda la historia. O sea, la probabilidad sugiere que va a venir el movimiento más fuerte en toda la historia de Bitcoin. Y esto puede ser para abajo o para arriba. ¿Ok? Ahora, teniendo esto en cuenta, entendiendo que puede haber un movimiento muy fuerte para arriba o para abajo, tenemos que ver lo siguiente. En la de 6 meses tenemos 3 posibles divergencias bajistas. Cuando tienes 3 posibles divergencias bajistas y sabes dónde van a jugar, es esencial entenderlo. Esta vela en 3 meses y 25 días no puede cerrar debajo de $75,000. Cierras por debajo son 74 y cacho. De aquí, esta vela, y vas a venir al promedio del 21. ¿Ok? Y ya vieron dónde está el promedio del 21, dónde está la línea meme de acá, dónde viene la línea alcista. Toda esta confluencia, esta zona de acá, es donde veo el precio venir. ¿Ok? Y eso lo va a hacer rápido, lento. Güey, tíos, no tengo ni puta idea. ¿Ok? Porque recuerden, todo es mentira, todo es artificial. Ellos tiran el mercado y lo rápido que quieran. No es algo que ocurre, no eres tú con tu carterita comprando $23 de Bitcoin que mueve el mercado, ni yo tampoco con mis 24. Así es, tengo $1 más que tú, pendejo. Estando por debajo del promedio del 5 de 6 meses es bajista instantáneamente. Ya tocaste el siguiente objetivo que era el promedio del 9 y de nuevo el siguiente será el promedio del 21. Nunca lo has tocado, pero nunca habías tenido esta divergencia bajista, esta posible tercera divergencia bajista. Entonces, algo importante aprender. Aquí estas velas no nos dan nada, no tenemos un claro tope como la de 6 meses en el ciclo del 2021. Simplemente hemos caído. Encontramos tope, fue un tope de apatía y vámonos. Trimestral. Trimestral nos dio un estilo de vela toperona por acá, ¿no? Para todos los que no sepan por qué vamos en temporalidades altas a bajas, quieres asegurarte en qué estás. Esto es bajista a largo plazo, ¿ok? Eso quiere decir que cualquier pendejo que te diga que vas a llegar a altos históricos ahorita deberías de checar qué supositorios está usando en su culo. ¿Ok? Muy recomendado. Métete y busca qué marca de supositorios están metiéndose en el culo, cagándolas y después comiéndoselas, porque algo les está causando este delirio. Entonces, cuando ves esto en altas temporalidades, ni te me emociones. En la trimestral, igual. En la trimestral, cuando ves un gráfico de 3 meses, hay varias cosas que vamos a tomar en cuenta. Uno, ¿cuál es la tendencia general? Es alcista, pero desde que llegamos aquí arriba, tenías este bajo, ¿ok? Este fue el bajo más alto, ya lo rompiste para abajo. Esto te pone una tendencia bajista en la trimestral. Segunda cosa, reversión. Tienes una vela topera con una instantánea confirmación acá. Cualquier cierre por debajo de los 105 es confirmación de esto. Y cerraste a los 87, confirmado. Cerraste por debajo del promedio del 5. La última vez que cerraste por debajo del promedio del 5, te cargaste todo a mercado bajista en abril del 2022. En el ciclo pasado, el del 2018 con el 17, una vez que te llevaste la vela verde aquí, perdón, un segundo, la vela verde, el promedio acá, mercado bajista, ¿ok? Te fuiste a $3,000. Entonces, una vez más, cada que tienes un solo cierre por debajo del 5 ya es mercado bajista. Ya tenemos ese. Y ahora, acabando este mes, vas a tener el cierre más importante de todos, el siguiente trimestral. Este trimestral por debajo del 9 básicamente confirma que vienes a esta parte, a buscar un fondo. Y eso no quiere decir que aquí vayas a encontrar el fondo, que vas a ir a buscarlo. ¿Ok? Y ahora, una vez más, un gráfico de 6 meses funciona por un año, funciona por 2 años. Un gráfico trimestral funciona por cualquier cosa entre 9 meses y año y medio. Y es lo que tienes que tener en mente en esto. No va a ser una recuperación rápida. Una vez más, pudiste haber comprado el fondo de cripto o muy cerca. ¿Cuándo fue? Aquí. Pues fue octubre. Pero bueno, pudiste haber comprado esto, ¿no? En abril del 2022, que estuviste muy cerca ya del fondo como tal. Y te hubieras quedado ahí todo abril, todo julio, todo octubre y hasta enero del año siguiente. Literalmente te tomó un año que empezara solamente a subir tantito y otro año a que de verdad saliera, 2 años. Por eso ves estos gráficos de 6 meses, 3 meses se ven bajistas, porque estás a punto de entrar en un periodo así. Y aquí es donde tienes que ser paciente, cabrón, si estás invirtiendo a largo plazo. Obviamente vamos a tradear a corto plazos, ¿no? No nos da miedo ni el diablo, pero es importante entenderlo. Con toda esta tendencia alcista, ya rompiste acá, esto es bajista, estando por debajo del promedio del 5, en 100 de 100 es la catapulta para el catalizador para el mercado bajista. Y volteamos a ver volatilidad en la trimestral una vez más. Esto ha sido nuestra guía entera de mercados bajistas y alcistas. Fondo del 2022, del 2020, fondo en el 2023 antes del movimiento explosivo. Ya habías visto el tope, ya habías visto el tope, ya habías visto el tope. En todas estas. Volatilidad nos ha ayudado en la trimestral a poder identificar dónde fue el tope, simplemente comparándolo con ciclos pasados, dónde y cómo una vez que tienes contracción de volatilidad. Y esta contracción se dio justamente acá en octubre del 2025 y Bitcoin tocó tope el 6 de octubre del 2025. Así que este sigue siendo el mejor indicador para saber cuándo llegas a tope de Bitcoin. Cuando todo el mundo se pregunta, no, ningún indicador nos dijo nada, solo la volatilidad. Ahora, la volatilidad acá todavía no llega al punto más bajo de la tabla, pero lo está buscando y lo va a ir a buscar, estoy seguro. Puedes ver la tendencia acá claramente, alto, alto, más bajo, 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 más bajo, bajo, más bajo. ¿Qué es lo que sigue? Después de un alto más bajo, un bajo más bajo. Entonces, volatilidad a la baja todavía no está completada, tiene que bajar más del 21% para que veamos esto ya jugar por completo. Gráfico bajista. Mensual también es muy bajista. Nos llevamos los últimos mínimos de los aranceles, pero aguantamos acá. Tienes el promedio del 9 por encima del 5 y el 21 se lo está a punto de cargar a la verga. Estás por debajo del 34, que es la línea blanca. El promedio del 34, que es la línea blanca acá, una vez que lo perdimos en el 2022, acá nunca lo recuperamos y nos fuimos a nuestro mercado súper mega bajista. ¿Ok? Y lo mismo ocurrió en este mercado del 2018. Una vez que en noviembre perdiste el promedio del 34, caíste de ¿cuánto? Estabas aquí arriba en los 6,000 y te dio un recorte de 50%. Podríamos esperar un recorte de 50% en la siguiente vela, en donde estamos en los 70 y tantos, no, 70, pues más o menos 35, ¿no? 38, esa zona es lo que tiene cara de si usamos un poco de estadísticas del pasado. En la mensual, una vez más, no nos dieron ninguna vela topera, simplemente una vez que perdimos el promedio del 9 fue tu señal de que esto valió verga. En realidad, la preseñal fue el promedio del 5, aquí arriba con esta vela en octubre, y una vez que lo perdiste, caíste como perro. Y una vez más, tenemos en la mensual del punto más bajo en toda la historia, volatilidad preparando un movimiento. Esto nos dice una vez más que probablemente vayamos a ver un movimiento muy pinche agresivo en los Bitcoin. Y cuando veamos ese movimiento muy pinche agresivo en los Bitcoin, va a ser rápido y furioso. No vas a tener tiempo de nada, ni de lavarte los calzones. Güey, ¿qué tiene eso que ver? Nada, pero lo quería decir. Ok, 2 semanas, damas y caballeros. En la tabla de 2 semanas de Bitcoin estamos por debajo del promedio del 100. La última vez que cerramos por debajo del promedio del 100 fue empezando la última fase del mercado bajista en junio del 2022. Lo volvimos a lograr. Felicidades a todos los que participamos, ¿no? Y cuando cerramos debajo del promedio del 100, literalmente se derritió esta chingadera hasta el 200. El 200 está aquí abajo. Y cayó un poquito del 200, por lo que esto es lo que podría ser, ¿no? Lo que les estaba diciendo. ¿Qué es lo que estamos viendo aquí, aparte de esto que nos dice que hay más debilidad de lo que esperaríamos? Para empezar, cerrar por debajo del promedio del 100 en una de 2 semanas es una mamada. Eso es algo que tienes que saber. Normalmente, siempre se los digo, en la semanal, pero sobre todo en la de 2 semanas, debajo del promedio del 200, en cualquier bien que va a volver a subir, es lo mejor que puede hacer es comprar. Entonces, atentos, esto está en 49, no estamos muy lejos. Nuestros promedios rápidos, que son el 5 y el 9, están por debajo del 21, del 34 y del 55. Y está a punto de bajar el 5 del 100, ¿eh? Esto letal. Esto simplemente te dice que hay debilidad. Les voy a poner el HPDR en putiza para que lo vean. Y pueden ver de dónde venimos, de aquí abajo, ¿no? Ya nos rechazó el 88.5%. Venimos a la parte baja del 78%. Esto es lo que a mí me hace pensar que vamos a tener este rebote, que está levantando. Ahora, una vez más, obviamente es una trampa. Cuando Bitcoin sube, te da la impresión de que está en una tendencia bajista. Cuando Bitcoin va a bajar, te da la impresión de que está en una tendencia alcista. Y es lo que sigue. Vamos a la semanal. La semanal está cabrona porque tienes un cruce plateado a la baja, tu promedio del 9 que fue casi el retesteo. Lo pueden ver acá. Esto fue un poco lo que estaba usando yo con mi teoría de cortos en 75, 76, 77, lo que les puse aquí arriba. Tristemente nos falló por un pelo púbico de rana calva. Tenemos un cruce plateado a la baja, pero el promedio del 9 debería seguir siendo retesteado. Ya nos rechazó el 88.3%. Si quieres ser alcista en Bitcoin, arriba de 69,300, papi. Eso te debería llevar al 61.8%, que son los 78, donde deberías de rechazar, pero existe la posibilidad de cubrir extremos en los 80 hasta los 85. Y para que sepas, Bitcoin sigue siendo bajista con cierres debajo de $98,000. Ese fue el último alto que hicimos, con que cierres un alto más bajo en temporalidades significantes. Literalmente eso te dice que tienes que ir a buscar un bajo más bajo, después de un alto más bajo, bajo más bajo. Y eso te daría la siguiente pata para abajo. Y es lo que te va a dar la siguiente pata para abajo, más bien. A lo que estoy diciendo es que puede llegar hasta los 96 y seguiría siendo bajista, para que tengas una idea de lo que estamos viendo. 5 días es la que guía muy, muy fantásticamente bien el mercado. Pueden ver que esta caída se dio literalmente ante un setup de volatilidad que está llegando a extremos. Por eso estamos corrigiendo. Venimos al promedio del 9 que nos está rechazando con el 61.8%, pero estamos rebotando casi el 95% que fue acá. Y eso me dice que deberíamos de poder mínimo dar una vuelta. Y una vez más, ¿qué es lo que más me gusta en el planeta? Aparte de las chichis, ver cuando algo se rompe, cómo regresa a retestearlo. Y ese es el S&P 200, ¿ok? En la de 5 días. Y es crítico, está en los $76,000. Es lo que me gustaría ver. Todo el mundo, seguramente CriptoCapo saldría a decir, ¡y esto es alcista! ¡Oh, wow! ¡Wow! Todos súbanse en long. Y después, ¡pum! Se lo va a joder el mundo entero. Es algo así lo que tiene cara de que va a jugar en Bitcoin. Vamos a la diaria. En la diaria estamos cayendo a la media, una vez más, ya aquí cayendo en la zona azul de los 69,200. Si caemos a la media en los 66,600 y no rebotamos, es lo que yo esperaría. Si voy a rebotar rico, debería encontrar aquí un suelo, porque saqué a todo el mundo acá con el flashazo, a nosotros no, a menos de que haya un cierre, y eso te debería llevar para arriba. Es lo que esperaría. Si pierdes esta media en los 66,500, tío, muy probablemente vengas a los 62. ¿Ok? Y ahora voy a quitar esto y darles la idea tal cual. Pueden ver que están básicamente en la mitad del rango, ¿no? No tienes que ser un crack para entenderlo, para no enseñarles la otra tabla que está toda sucia. Básicamente, llevarte este mínimo, una vez más, si fuera cualquier otro activo, si esto fuera Apple y esto baja rápido aquí, me salgo, ¿ok? Pero es Bitcoin. Si Bitcoin hace esto y regresa a cerrar encima de esta línea, que es lo que siempre hace, sería muy alcista. No a altos históricos, pero muy alcista. Y esto venimos nosotros de ver. Vienes en corto. Ya sacaste a todos los longs de hasta acá. ¿Ok? Ya. Todo el mundo ya. Con esta, es más, con esta había sacado a todos. Los únicos que quedaron fueron estos güeyes, ¿no? Y algunos de estos güeyes. Entonces, en corto, ya básicamente te llevaste una gran parte de ellos. En long, básicamente te llevaste a todos menos a los de acá. Digo, en corto, a los que estaban entrando en long, ¿no? Aquí, súper emocionados. Y ahora lo único que tenemos que hacer es aguantar el promedio del 9 aquí, en el cierre diario. Poder aguantar acá este cierre diario sin cerrar por debajo de esta vela es lo que nos da la idea que podemos venir a los 74, 75. Perder en un cierre diario 66,500 te debería llevar a los 62. Y ahora, aquí ya se frió el pavo y estamos, no. Esto, que te lleves estos mínimos, es alcista para Bitcoin. Yo sé que no tiene sentido porque estudiaste análisis técnico, pero es como Bitcoin funciona. Y es lo que estamos viendo en este momento, damas y caballeros. No hay tantas cosas que ponernos a discutir. Está bastante sencillo. Viene fin de semana, empezamos bajistas, nos dijeron todos los reportes pendejos de todos los datos falsos posibles para que tu Paco favorito se pusiera, pero como puta en celo, y ya lo tenemos listo. Así que atención para todos, muy buenos días. Estoy viendo los comentarios. Bienvenido, Canito, Mario, Ismael, por supuesto. ¿Cómo estás, Elías? Buenos días, José Ramón, Inés, Kev, Gerardo, Juan, Jorge. Buenos días, José Ramón, Raimundo. ¿Cómo andan, perro? Sebastián. Ok. Buenos días, damas y caballeros. Y damisela. Ay, tenía un amigo que decía, es que son hermosas las damiselas. Así les decía a las mujeres cuando teníamos 14 años. Y yo, güey, ¿de qué vergas hablas? Solana va a ser la primera y de ahí vamos a ser DE, por favor, guys, es John Deere. Veo que estamos muy interesados en tractocamiones en este canal, así que Solamis, Mr. Alex, por favor. We're going to need the analysis of Solamis.
Nice. That's a good one. Let's look at how our salamis are doing because, well, very much like Bitcoin crypto as a whole, we're actually getting a pretty nice setup on Solana, which is very well expected if you are going to actually move down on Bitcoin and potentially break down as soon as maybe tonight's close. Solana, for me, actually deviated a pretty massive level into yesterday. We were watching this on the Discord. We were really watching that $90 to $89.57 region, right into that daily EMA 34. And it's very nice. These daily EMA moving averages, or just daily EMA zones are really, really helping us in this bear market. And this is a really nice example on why I use them. Because really, I mean, if you have a chart and you have just these moving averages only on your chart, let's say, they have just been making you money. Here you have a daily EMA9 rejection, continuing to reject the daily EMA9 all the way down until you get back above the daily EMA9. You start chopping around the 21, or even then you start finding resistance before then going all the way to the 34. Even, despite this bullish move from this wick low all the way up, it has just taken you right to the daily EMA 34. You as a trader know that's like your extremity high, always coming in right near the meme line extremity high in this very tight range we have. Daily EMA 34 sitting currently at 91.33. When we had made this wick high here on March 4th, that was sitting more around the $92 region. You can see no daily closures under the EMA above the EMA 34 means no daily buy trigger, right? Many were calling for 100, maybe 114 on Sol. That's where the daily EMA 34 is going to be your friend. You start getting back above, holding above the meme line, and maybe a daily uptrend. Okay, cool. You have an argument to make a move to around $100. But if you don't get back above the daily EMA 34, you don't have a trigger, you don't have a trade. We were watching for maybe the throwback to around 89.57 to hold, and it did not. Into yesterday, Solana was very gracious to actually give a retest in this region before actually rejecting. Now you do see into today, you are potentially about to lose major support. For me, that is sitting at $85.30. This is a big spot. We've seen big moves down occur once you actually lose this on a daily candle closure. I mean, look at these moves, 9%. That was in 2 days. Here we have another one, 8.5% in 2 days. Here was another one. I'll count it from this one, 5%. And then the beloved lower time frame rejection that took us all the way down to $67, giving us a 20% move, all off of the 85.30 region. Now, for me, on tonight's close, if Bitcoin starts closing under the 2021 market cycle high, with us already closing under the 4-hour EMA 100, something we talked about when I was doing Bitcoin, that gives us the implication on Solana that, maybe we aren't going to get the reclaim of 85.30. If you don't get the reclaim going into the daily close today, you're watching essentially for the daily EMA 9 to actually give you some kind of rejection along with the 21. You were holding above the daily EMA 21. So if Solana wanted to be an altcoin, it could squeeze up a little past the daily 9 and come to the 21. But essentially, you have a range that will give you some type of rejection. That rejection, ideally under 85.30, will start taking you around the wick low of February 6th, sitting at $67.50. You start taking this wick low out, even getting hourly closures under $67, that's your confirmation of a move back down to 58s. From here, it's a big range. You're just kind of using this wick low that was formed on February 6th as, just kind of that middle point, essentially. But this is a massive range opening up on Solana as long as you are under that 85.30 region. Now, something Alejandro mentioned to me, something I've been watching ever since, was that bi-weekly silver cross to the downside that did confirm. So we want to be watching that very carefully. This at least can help me keep a bias on if we start massively, let's say a miracle occurs here and we start massively squeezing up towards that 114 region, you're going to actually get that confluence zone as a major rejection level. Here you have massive support per the meme lines. Just visually, you can see it's been holding for actually quite a while. I mean, look at that. Very nice. But you also have moving average resistance here. Bi-weekly EMA 100 was holding for at least 2 months here before we massively deviated it. Have you retested that? No. Bi-weekly silver cross is essentially when the 9 and the 21 cross, and then the 21 and the 55 cross. 21 crosses under the 55. Any move to the EMA 9 once this occurs is a silver cross retest. That has not yet occurred yet. And that's coming in right into that bi-weekly EMA 100. You throw all of these on and you start really getting a nice confluence area of, this most likely area marks a major lower high spot if, again, a miracle occurs here and you actually start getting a move up. You really can't be calling for a 114, 120 move up at minimum as long as you're under $100. So just be fully aware of that. The more likely trade currently at this point is a move down to $57, $58, and you're now opening up a massive range that we did back in 2022, which did end up taking us to 58 and lower. This is what took us to $26 from the $85 region. So you want to be watching this level very carefully. Bi-weekly silver cross to the downside is the recipe of disaster. That's the capitulation that took us down from 30s all the way down to $8. This was a 62% candle down upon bi-weekly silver cross to the downside. So you really want to be watching very, very, very carefully here, considering we already have the silver cross. Once you did retest the silver cross, you dumped over 60%. Doesn't necessarily mean you're going to retest $114, $120. But you have the trigger. If you start getting back above the zone, $100, cool. Alex mentioned the silver cross. Let me go to my chart. Very easy short zone here. But again, I'm not looking at this as the option A. It's not the high probability trade. Technically, this is starting the SR, $85.30 to $89, which will mean that, 58 is coming. So be fully aware of that on the bi-weekly. And really, since Alejandro mentioned that, just been watching that very carefully, and in the back of my head, been keeping it like Solana is going to massively dump eventually. And the chart is lining up for that very nicely. Here you have a weekly volatility setup firing off. Implications for that new range forming. And weekly looks like distributions occurring here. These wicks look to me like every time we move up, bulls are using this to, or not bulls, but people are selling. They're selling their Solana here. It doesn't look like accumulation to me. You want to be fully aware you're rejecting a weekly 5 on Solana. This is really weak. And nothing but air at this point. And once you start moving down, look how aggressive it can be. So be fully aware of that. But you also have confluence of $100 being a big spot. Here you have weekly SMA 200, 103. And as long as you're under a weekly SMA 200, you're just massively bearish. It's becoming a dead chart. Because let's look at the monthly now. Sure, this isn't a massive, monthly sell. And actually, this has been in a monthly sell since November. So this is extremely weaker than Bitcoin currently. This is literally now in no man's land, actually. And what you've done is freshly lost support on the monthly into February's close. This support was the last major support before really busting up to a new high. This is now SRing. This is the best view on why I think Bitcoin currently and all of crypto is just putting in bearish retests. Because even Solana on the monthly is doing that, opening up a massive range here while many are calling for a bottom. Not really seeing that. What did we have? The same exact. Now, this is actually kind of cooking up, because what did we have in the same region here that we did last bear market? Well, we had a wick high rejection in the literal same spot, like very, very, very close. Look at that, to the same spot. So then from here, what was the high? 95.25. Here's a 94 high, so very close. This one monthly candle is what took you down from wick high to wick low, 60%. Very interesting that it kind of lines up with what we've been saying about March on Bitcoin and Tether. If you watch the analysis that I did on Bitcoin in the early mornings, or even at all, like the past week, we've been talking about the occurrence of, well, when March occurs, it will give us a major, possibly 40% move down on Bitcoin, major move up on Tether dominance, possibly even a new macro higher high. But even on Solana now, what we have is the same thing. You're literally deviating the same exact level that you did right in that same area that, well, occurred when Bitcoin and Tether dominance confirmed those setups I talked about. What a coincidence. You're now in the same spot that you basically dumped 50% on Solana. I don't find that, I find that very interesting, actually. So we want to be watching this very carefully, because no matter how you look at it, crypto really does look very corrective. I'm just going to drink a water here. And this really would make me concerned if I was like, let's say, dollar cost averaging into Solana at this point.
There are a lot of people in Discords that think we're not going to go that low. And they've already like, you're just like, they're asking me, you're just thinking of buying now? Like, I'm already DCA'd in. There might be a little bit more that I'm going to add. I'm like, I'm not telling him anything. I'm just like, oh boy.
Because it's like, I can't explain it as more like it's so obvious to me and so exciting. Like it's the markets are really lining up again, very similar to when they lined up right before we had the major dump on that bearish consolidation here in November, December. And I remember the really easy trigger, like what it was in 2022, was that weekly silver cross here. Really is once that confirmed, let me delete this. This will have a reason. Once this weekly silver cross confirmed, massive dump. Let's just go back to the timeline I've been mentioning for this entire time. We go back here to that March, April, May zone. Once you had that silver cross on the weekly, really in this region is when the big move started to occur down. And then it's like now the monthlies, if we go here on CME as well, once you lost that 34, really then started to really dump hard, similar to where we're at here. Again, this will have reason because when we went to Tether, right? Tether dominance on the monthly, 38.2% monthly breakout, very similar to here. Got the retest before a 31% green dildo. Now we're just waiting for the 31% green dildo. Already got the retest. So when I go back to a Solana chart and I start seeing this weekly or monthly lose the same spot it did in, well, the same timeline of 2022 before that capitulation, you really have to be concerned. And the monthly is telling all those people that are really mocking DCAers right now or telling people they should have bought that, well, you were wrong and we're going to go lower. Even the 78.6% is currently at 63.52 or at current market price, essentially a 25% move down. So, it doesn't matter what I say, even a monthly HBDR is saying we're going lower. This low isn't yet the low. And you should be very stingy until you reach closer to $50 on buying Solana. $50 was a big spot you saw really spark this move up. You also saw $50 be the region that's been the death spot for Solana. If you want like under $30 on Sol, just lose $50. Anytime you just lose or reject $50, you really start moving down. So we have to be putting respect on this spot. But to me, into March, it really is looking like crypto is about to capitulate. Really, 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 honestly. So just be fully aware that, honestly, again, it's funny because before I just said I identify most of this stuff on stream. We just identified this. Yeah, I didn't even get the correlation of year to year and saying that the same levels have broken down. So we just want to be fully aware of that. Bi-weeklies in a breakdown currently. And we want to be watching these bi-weekly breakdowns because, well, really, I mean, they've been very impressive. Anytime you're getting near or on that 38.2%, really has just been follow through down. 38.2% is coming right into that $100 level. I'm not looking at that as a likely spot to get tested, like I mentioned. And even here, you see massive drop down on bi-weekly. Next spot being $66, or uncoincidentally, the low of the last bi-weekly. So just playing into the idea, most likely the low is not in on this chart. Let's keep going. Yeah, let's go to the daily. Maybe let's go to the 2-day. Actually, I like the 2-day on something like Sol. Does it have a soul? Seems soulless to me. And even the 2-day here looks like you have a little evening star rejection off the 2-day 21. Haven't hit the 21 in a long time, actually all year. So again, it's kind of the spot you want to be watching. Plays into the idea, have you just only had one really indicator this entire bear market? I'd say just keep your moving averages. They've been very helpful. Here you have that 21 retest after rejection of the 2-day EMA 9 this entire year. Now you're losing the 2-day EMA 9. Very simple trader. If we're making moves, major moves off a 2-day 5 and 9, and we're about to freshly lose it, we want to be watching very carefully the reaction once we lose it and retest it, because we are getting a BBWP setup on the 2-day, which is still contracting. Could easily get a setup of 0% volatility. Daily, again, we'll go back to here now, is confirming a short setup. Here you already have the retest. It's already done. So that means we have one more place to short, and that is either the daily 9 or the 21. That is sitting right in the 85.30 to like $86. That's the short zone for tonight. Upon daily closures under 85.30. Solana will then confirm for me the setup again to around $58. Very, 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 very bearish chart, though. I'd be very concerned because once I actually show you Sol BTC, you're going to really understand why. This is a terrible chart. Look at the 5-day as well. Nothing but air, and this 5-day is just brewing a red candle today. No changes. This looks like distribution. No changes on the 5-day. Wow. Like when Solana makes that 30% move down in 1 week, we're just going to be here. Like, yeah, it looked absolutely terrible. Like if I wanted to be a perma bull right now, let me try to do that and see. Like, is there literally anything at all I can say to make me bullish on this chart? Because there's always another side. I always think of that. Like every time I'm taking a trade, this is either a good trade or a bad trade. There's always another side. Someone's taking either the opposite of that trade. So if I was a bull, what would I be saying?
The people on Twitter are not the ones on the other side. Let me tell you, it's probably the the fun people, because those people on Twitter are definitely on the other side all the time.
Oh yeah, they're the reason there is a side, honestly. Yeah, I really can't find anything. If I was a perma bull sitting here 2-day gun to head, what would make me bullish on Sol? I mean, look at this. Even the 30 minutes giving you lower highs, and a channel is about to break down potentially. Terrible. I mean, you basically shorted Sol on the 30-minute and just use any last 30-minute wick high, you would have made money. So yeah, that's funny. The point is, this is like very bearish, so just be fully aware of that. Just be really fully aware of that. You even have an hourly silver cross to the downside that's literally been rejecting you down pretty nicely upon the cross, and that has given you a 4% move on an hourly setup. Really, I mean, I'm very excited to be posting these ETA shorts soon. On the Discord, I will give another Sol short. I did give a Bitcoin short like 20 minutes ago. I'll give a Sol short here too. But tonight on the Academy, I'll give a better short. That one has more confidence, more confirmation. And anytime I post an Academy short, those are the ones I personally take. Now let's go to Sol BTC and let's see, right? Maybe this chart looks a lot better. I know it doesn't, but maybe it does. Maybe. And so what you see is it actually looks worse. This did provide a bounce, didn't fully get to our retest zone. Delete that. And so now this just looks like it's nothing but air. Nothing but air until this 101 level, or, right, better known, 16% pullback. We'll keep going here. Really nothing much to talk about. This just looks dead. Looks dead and continuing to go down. Weekly 5 rejection after weekly deviation. Not even a deviation, never mind. Just continuing to reject a weekly 5 every single time it moves up. You literally have nothing here. It looks like we are deviating the breakdown, meaning this is now in breakdown. Let's see if weekly confirms that. Oh, look at that. Weekly HBDR breakdown with the retest RDN. Next target 11825 or a 3%. If you don't hold that, you dump all the way down 17% right to our target, while weekly is in a volatility setup to the downside. Brutal. Imagine being a bull saying, well, we've come down this much. It has to fire off to the upside now. It can't fire to the downside, and it's just firing to the downside. Terrible. 5 days freshly about to break down. Upon the closure tonight, you may get that move to the 38.2% before dumping. Confluence of the 85.30 short brewing tonight. And 2 days giving you, well, move down. Rejecting the 2-day median and the 2-day EMA 9 after freshly losing it. Next target is, well, essentially a 5% move, very near our zone here. Bi-monthly is potentially going to be in a fresh bi-monthly breakdown. Plays into the idea the next 1 month, 25 days on Sol could be absolutely brutal. And it also plays into the idea that we're just in the capitulation zone here. Terrible. Quarterly has just rejected the, well, quarterly bearish retest breakdown zone here. If you just view this in like a bigger realm, we just lost it. We've retested and we're breaking down, meaning to next month, this could massively start breaking down, follow through, because all we've seen the last quarter was the retest. If that makes sense, right? You're in a channel, you're in a macro channel, goes to the end of it, something we talked about. You lose it, and then the next 3 months, you get an epic rally. We're so back, we're horny, we're happy. All this was a retest before now going down and dead. So this could be done, and all we're waiting for is the dead part, if that makes sense. Because, well, the retest is done, and all that was a perfect retest. So you have to be kind of concerned into the next month, Solana dying. And if not this month too, it doesn't mean that it's going to stop. It could just actually keep moving down. Bears are in full control on this chart. I hate when you smoke and you have that pinch in your throat and it won't go away. Very fun. Very, very fun. So regardless, I mean, no matter how you look at it, Solana is absolutely cooked. It's looking decimated. It's terrible. I'd be very concerned on this chart. Tonight, I'll be giving actually another short trade. It looks like Solana versus Bitcoin is potentially brewing a macro downtrend. The only way to confirm that would mean that, well, this would need to actually dump 61%. And that has major implications because if we're going to test the low of January 2022, what was the low of Solana here? Well, that was like $8 or $9. Now, I don't want to be, that guy, but that is potentially what could be confirming here is like an $8 or $9 Solana. And you can't really tell me it doesn't look epically terrible. It does look epically bad. So the hopium is that you hold 58s and you don't go down to the 20s and 30s. That's it. Meaning you're most likely going to move down to 58s on Sol. So yeah, pretty bad. That's all I have on this chart. Again, watch your lower time frame range. You're losing that $85 region, that $85, $86 zone's a pretty easy short if you close dailies under it. And as long as you're under essentially $92, you could even now call it just, let's go here. Let's go to the 6 hour. And let's say as long as you're under, $90 this high, you're going to dump. You're going to be bearish. So watch that very carefully. I'll give a short on the Discord and an ETA short tonight. Solana looks in the spot.
Perfecto, senor. Thank you so much. For you, Farhan, just so that you can forget and then ask me again, it's going to be DE, John Deere.
Alright. I'll definitely be asking you again.
There you go. Oh, all right. Let's get fucking going. It's Friday, baby. I wish that girl. What's her name? Rebecca Black, the one
Rebecca
that they,
Black.
It's Friday.
It's Friday.
She somehow when we were making movies, Belen ended up landing her as a client for styling, and she came to the house. She's like a super sweet little girl, but I remember how everyone was like fucking. They wanted to murder this girl.
Why did they hate her so much?
Because she's just annoying looking. Like what she was like. It's right. It's not even a good song.
The song was pretty catchy. I kind of liked it.
It was, but she was just too young. And the amount of hate that girl got was unbelievable.
Just like the hate that Justin Bieber got, kind of undeserved.
Well,
Which-
yes, in the celebrity
During
world,
one
and
part, he kind of deserved it.
and I know this sounds really, really weird, but like what they did to Britney Spears and all those guys, like these are sacrifices for those people. That's why they talk about him until they drive him crazy to go nuts, like Amanda Bynes. It's a real thing. I know it. I would have never thought that it was a real thing until I got to be 40 years old. And I was like, oh, there's a lot of weird shit that goes down. That's why they drive him crazy and they do this to them. Because the higher you can build them up and then sacrifice them, like destroy them, the more you get back from whatever the fuck they're doing, those guys. And by the way, does that sound impossible right now that you know that everyone is a mega pedophile, they eat babies and all this shit? I don't know. It doesn't sound that crazy to fucking drive one guy nuts.
Justin Bieber definitely had his moment where he was going pretty crazy.
Yeah,
When he
I
tried to
mean,
fight with paparazzi.
dude, because the paparazzi are absolutely the worst. And to me, it's incredible that there's still paparazzi when everyone has just a phone. Where in the first house that Belen and I bought, we were driving out and he was right on Beverly Boulevard on LA. And right by the most expensive gas station. That's where I used to live. And we pulled out of our house. We were getting into Beverly. We make a right. We see an Aventador come in. He stops dead on the gas station, but outside, I've never seen anything like that. Like 20 cars chasing this car. Justin Bieber gets out of the car. All these dudes, all 20 cars that were behind us, jump out of their cars like the paparazzi in the middle of the fucking busiest street there, La Cienega and Beverly Boulevard. They just get out of the car and start chasing Justin to the convenience store in there. And the face of this kid, and dude, this was like 15 years ago. He seemed, I mean, I can't even imagine. I stopped making car videos and all these other videos because I don't like people knowing who I am, and I'm nobody. Imagine being Justin Bieber, dude. That sounds
Pretty wild. Never gets a second of privacy in his life.
Never. And then we had him. He came boxing to one of our classes because he's friends with my friend that owns the gym, and super nice dude, right? But no one can just do anything when he's around. Like he's too famous. I don't know how to describe it. Like it short breaks everyone. It can't be fun. It cannot be fun.
Suck, honestly.
Yeah.
Your presence,
like being Brad Pitt. Like literally everybody recognizes you.
Oh yeah. Oh, yeah. Or Jim Carrey or those guys. It's I can't imagine. That must be that's like the biggest curse, right? Because that's something that I found out with money and with fame. You think because when you're young, you're like, dude, when I'm rich and I've like all this money and I'm famous, it's gonna be awesome. And then you get money and you're like, wait, why am I not fully happy? Everyone told me that this was gonna work. And then you get famous.
I'd much
and you're
rather
like, this is miserable. Everyone wants to fucking use me way more than with the money.
I'd much rather be one of those Saudi billionaires that nobody knows.
Me too. I'll say that. Absolutely. Is being like what people are doing now, right? I call those not rich people. Like if you're rich and you're on Instagram right now in 2026 trying to be famous, dude, how empty are you?
Yeah.
Like what do you need there? Like what's going you know what I mean? Like there's something wrong. When I was doing YouTube, when I was doing YouTube, it was fun because everyone looked at me like I was retarded. Everywhere I went, everywhere. Like right now you go to a dealership and there's a guy that is in charge of marketing and all that stuff. Back then, people didn't understand anything that I did and thought I was a complete retard. And they were right. But now everyone is a complete retard. It's terrible.
Yeah, everyone's a streamer, YouTuber, content creator. I mean,
yeah,
even moms are doing it. Everyone's doing it. Before it was like, what do you do? They don't understand. So rare. Now it's uncommon
UBI, dude.
To do it, actually.
To me, that's UBI now. Like people don't have jobs. That's what they do. and that's the universal basic income, and you don't even know. At the end of the day, Google, Meta, and all these companies that pay us are owned by the government, created by the government, funded by the government. Yeah, with IPOs and all that shit, which makes them feel like they're private. But no, it's crazy. It's absolutely fucking nuts. So fuck everyone and everything. Oh no. Okay, I'll get with salamis. Empecemos con los salamis muy rápido. Y esto es un análisis rápido y potente porque quiero que vean esto. En la de 2 semanas, la tabla de 2 semanas es la reina en esta situación. 2021, tenemos este máximo histórico acá en los 260. 2025, tenemos este máximo histórico en los 295. Claro, no es un alto histórico relevantemente tremendo comparado con antes, solamente un 13%, ¿no? Pero lo importante de esto es, cuando Solamis hizo esto, el market cap era el doble. Eso es algo que tienen ustedes que entender. ¿Por qué? Eso quiere decir que la inflación de Solana no permitió que esto subiera más. ¿Ok? Mucha gente no habla de inflación en las criptos. Eso es un problema real que existe. Y ahora, ¿qué quiere decir esto de la inflación en los criptos y la verga? Lo que quiere decir la inflación en los criptos y la verga es que si no tienen planes donde estas empresas empiezan a desinflar el supply, nunca más vas a lograr altos históricos. Solana lo está empezando a hacer, Ethereum ya lo hace, y es parte de, si ven que eso no está en los tokenomics y no estás entendiendo cuánto están quemando o qué tampoco está creciendo, mejor ni te metas en tu criptomoneda de mierda que no entiendes. Porque esto debió haber hecho, este pico de Solana, técnicamente si hubiéramos tenido el mismo supply del 2021, no hubiera sido 250 el tope, hubieran sido 520 aquí. Y eso fue lo que nos quitaron, ¿ok? Con la inflación de las criptomonedas. Entonces, cuando ves criptos, hizo el dólar. Güey. No mamen. Ok. Más allá de eso, que es importante entender, hay 2 cosas acá que son preocupantes y creo que lo pueden notar. La primera, esta línea roja es mi rango. ¿La quitaré o no? Déjame apunto esto, porque esta línea roja me gusta por el rango que está pintando. En 76.64, un segundo. Ok, listo. ¿Por qué la quito? Quiero que noten algo. Cuando caímos en el 2021, caímos hasta acá en febrero. En marzo abrimos con esta vela verde que nos llevó a los 105. La segunda semana de marzo nos llevó a los 140. ¿Ok? 140, cabrón. De $70 a 140. Hizo un 100%. Ahí rápidamente cayó y se fue al pito, al $8. Ahora, yo no quiero ser de los locos que dicen, esta madre va a regresar a $8. Pero si el tope fue 12% más alto, ¿por qué la caída no puede ser tan baja cuando, una vez más, no es el mismo supply, no es la misma cantidad de dinero? No estás hablando de Bitcoin, que mientras más dinero tiras a la bolsa de Bitcoin, pues ya no hay dónde crecer, ¿no? Es lo que es, son los 21 millones, lo que haya sido minteado. En Solana no. Entonces, Solana corre, en mi punto de vista, yo diría que deberían de aguantar los 38. Si no aguantan los 38, tío, Solana va probablemente venir a los 14, 15, $17. No creo que a los 8, pero más o menos por acá. Espero que no. Pero ¿qué es lo que me preocupa acá? Estamos aquí, en el mismo puto nivel, damas y caballeros. Esta línea de acá es donde caímos al principio y rebotamos en la verde. Caímos al principio, estamos en la verde y nos faltan, si quieres, 1 o 2 velas para tener idéntico que el 2021. Y esto nos podría llevar hasta los 120, hasta con un extremo en los 140 una vez más. Pueden ver acá. Si pongo una línea rápido ahí, puedes ver que ahí están los promedios que están bajando. Y ahora esto te va a excitar. Si Solana va a subir, tiene que bajar primero. ¿Ok? Tal cual como Bitcoin. Y además de todo, acá tu promedio del 55 empieza popular, tu promedio del 21 empieza popular acá. Esto es un gráfico de 2 semanas, ¿ok? Tienes un cruce plateado a la baja, cabrón. El primero en esta temporalidad de toda la puta historia en Solana. ¿Y qué te dice eso? Que cuando vienes al promedio del 9, que también coincidentemente es la zona que rompiste a la baja después de retestear en abril con los aranceles de Solana, y después veniste y retesteaste acá y no perdiste en diciembre, luego subiste vela topera y verga en enero. Lo rompiste, no lo has retesteado. Idealmente, ¿no? Si estamos esperando el movimiento de Bitcoin y Solana, Solana debería hacer esto. Bitcoin no tanto como Solana, ¿ok? ¿Por qué? Solana, recuerden, en esta fase dio un pump del 100%. Bitcoin no lo hizo, fue como de 40%, un pedacito, ahorita lo podríamos medir. Pero la razón por la que Solana tiene que trepar es porque todavía hay gente que escucha a Raoul Pal, ¿ok? Raoul Pal les ha prometido cada mes a todos ustedes que va a haber alt season y que viene ya. Entonces, para toda la gente, todos los Davids que escuchan al Paco más grande de todos, Raoul Pal, todos ellos deben de comer verga X2, 2X, ¿no? 2 veces. Vamos a doble apalancamiento de comer verga. Y eso lo haría acá, ya que todo el mundo se emocione. Ves Solana acá, ves XRP arriba, ves todo. La dominancia de Bitcoin colapsa porque también estás imprimiendo más Tether, más USDC, todas estas cosas. Todo el mundo sale Raoul Pal instantáneamente a decirte, bueno, puede que me haya equivocado en las últimas 34 meses que les haya dicho esto, pero ahora sí viene y todos los David se la van a creer. Y aquí es donde se los van a apoyar. Falta un polleo todavía. Falta un follón. Falta que todos vayan al parque juntos, que en el parque compren Bitcoin, que en el parque compren Solana para ya ser violados en cuanto caiga la noche en el parque. Es lo único que falta. La gente que va al parque, que compre sus cositas en lo más caro posible para reventarlos totalmente. Porque aquí donde todavía tienen miedo, la gente todavía no está vaciándose las bolsas en el parque. Entonces, ¿qué es lo que tenemos en Solamis, damas y caballeros? Y también quiero poner esto en frente de todos ustedes. Estas pinturitas, un segundo. Ahí está. Esta volatilidad está expandiendo con la caída. No se equivoquen. Y ahora, de la expansión a lo que estás viendo acá, está señalando en la última que está dándose la vuelta a volatilidad, sugiriendo una corrección en esta vela. Corrección, una vez más, nos podría dar esto para ir para abajo, nos podría dar esto para ir para abajo. ¿Ok? Y ahora, si este movimiento, y aquí es donde yo, si estuviera en el parque y voy a comprar Solana acá, si se llega a dar otra vez 140 o cerca de los 140, copió, pegó esto aquí. ¿Qué querría decir? Que vas cerca de los $8 otra vez. Que esta chingadera se repitió completamente. Una vez más, no es mi caso base. Yo creo que los 38 deben de aguantar la línea verde de acá. Pero si esto juega idéntico que jugó acá, ¿por qué vergas no vas a volver a caer al mismo punto cuando tienes el doble de supply que vale menos? Más diluido. ¿Ok? Semanal en los Solamis también pinta un poco de la misma fotografía, tíos. Habías tenido toda esta caída con volatilidad y ahora está dándose un poco la vuelta. Y eso nos dice también que estamos ante una posible corrección. Esta corrección puede darnos ese brinco para arriba. Tienes un cruce plateado a la baja y aquí tienes en los $99 el promedio del 9 después del cruce plateado. Y en los 117, aquí arriba, el promedio del 200, cuando en la de 2 semanas tienes el 100. Para mí, los 98, los 100, si son rotos a la alza, vas a venir a los 117. Me cuesta mucho trabajo pensar que podemos llegar a los 140, pero una vez más, cuando veo que tienen que jalar a todos los Davids del planeta a hacer algo, no dudo en el poder de estos cabrones y lo que pueden hacer para convencerlos. Digo, Ya hacer a alguien alcista toma 2 minutos, o bajista, o completamente cambiarlos de opinión, porque nadie tiene una opinión propia, es lo que toma. Ya, te digo, ponte alcista. ¡Ah! Soy muy alcista. Ponte bajista. ¡Ah! Soy muy bajista. Es instantáneo, ¿ok? Diaria. Diaria, habíamos tenido un setup de volatilidad ante la subidota y ahora está corrigiendo, lo que sugiere que esto probablemente venga a aguantar la zona de los 83, tal cual como Bitcoin, sacar a todos estos longs y vámonos para arriba. ¿Dónde estaría mal en esta teoría y continuaríamos yendo para abajo? Cierres debajo de 83, papi. Empiezas a ver cierres debajo de esta zona. Esto va a llevarte para abajo todavía más y podrías venir una vez más hasta acá para rebotar. Eso sería alcista y eso nos lleva a los 140. ¿Ok? Si ahorita nada más te das la vuelta y haces esto, solamente vienes a los 99 y vámonos a comer verga. Es como yo lo veo. Primero necesitas un extremo a un lado para tener un extremo al segundo. Si no te da un extremo, te va a dar un movimiento sencillo. Suena que alguien está pidiendo helados, pero es como funciona este pedo. Una vez más, Solana, claro que es bajista. Claro que está en una caída, pero está consolidando para arriba como la perfecta trampa de cripto, tal cual como lo hizo por acá. Y lo que estamos esperando es ver a dónde va a llegar. Y antes de eso, ver en este momento, hay un trade para todos los que quieran entrar en long, aquí abajo, 83, si es que existe. Yo empezaría mi posición acá, acá, y cualquier cierre por debajo de 83, me voy a tiznar a mi Mauser. Lo pondría en la de 8 horas y haría que la de 8 horas sea mi gauge de esto. ¿Ok? Cualquier cierre por debajo de estos cierres de acá, en los 82.96, vámonos, güey, porque entonces vas a continuar cayendo a buscar un mínimo más grande. Y te da igual. Acá tienes un cruce plateado a la alza en la de 8 horas, lo pierdes, pero puedes volver a ganarlo si regresas a los $86 en putiza, después a los 87 y eso te deja irte a los 91. Pero puedes ver que el promedio del 100 en la de 8 horas fue lo que nos está rechazando en este momento. Si no podemos retomar esta zona antes del cierre de hoy en 6 horas, yo diría que entonces va a continuar esto a buscar un mínimo. Ya tienes que alto, bajo, más alto, alto, más alto, bajo más alto, alto más alto. Esto debe ser un bajo más alto y es por eso que te digo, por debajo de esto, olvídalo. Y ahora deberías de ir a buscar un alto más alto en esta tendencia tramposa alcista en Solamis. Y acá podría rechazar una vez más en los 91.42, ni siquiera llegar a la parte alta y vámonos para abajo a la verga. Pero si algo he aprendido es que antes de mega caer, Solana tiene que hacer mínimo algo así. Y antes de mega subir, Solana tendría que hacer algo así. Y esto siempre funciona. A la verga siempre me funciona. Mr. Foreign, let's do DE John Deere. How you like that? I'm preparing you.
Alrighty, John Deere. It's a good thing you told me because I kind of forgot. I was trying to figure out a way to say that without saying I forgot, but there was no way to say it.
There's no way. The information went missing in my head. How about that?
There was a miscalculation in my cerebro.
Get it, sir. I'm going to run to the bathroom real quick.
Is it this one? Oh, DE. Yeah, Deere and Company. There we go. Quarterly, 6 months. I'll start with the 6 month. This thing's been around for quite some time. Let's zoom out. Let's see just how long this has been around for. I'm curious. Since 1968, a long time. Zoom out. On the 6 month, we are currently getting momentum flip to the downside. It did attempt to make a move back up here, and then I got a rejection of the moving average, and then flip back down, with volatility currently going into an expansion phase from extreme lows. It is now just below 15% at 14.55%, and we are also getting a fresh sell signal here on the jewel with the God mode background. We also zoom in on momentum. Currently, we have a lower high here on momentum, along with a higher high on price, giving you 6-month bearish divergence possible here. It's going to be a little bit difficult currently to confirm this divergence. You have to close below about $433 to confirm. But if you do confirm this, this is going to give you a nice target down to this 21 EMA and this 88.3%, around $330. But as you go on, it's going to be easier and easier to confirm this bearish divergence, because then you're going to have as you go up, the number to close below to confirm a local top is going to be higher and higher, and so on. It will be easier to eventually confirm. And the only invalidation for that is you need to make a higher high on momentum to invalidate this lower high on momentum. If you can do that, then there will no longer be possibility for bearish divergence. And it goes along with getting a rejection of this median. So the median is currently at $635. So if you close the rejection of the median, you got almost 4 months left to go, which is an eternity. But if you do close below that median, you're likely going to get another retest of 38.2%, and that scenario is going to be more easy, or it's going to be easier to get your breakdown and confirm your bearish divergence if you can't hold this 38.2%. Quarterly is currently positioned up, getting into the bullish control zone, with volatility going to expansion from extreme lows. Plus, quarterly is still giving you a buy signal on the jewel, and you're very close to getting a bullish cross here with the pink about to cross above the yellow. Goes along with quarterly getting over the solidly over the 38.2%, and you're over the 50% currently. If you do close over the 50%, likely going to come back test that 550 to 560 area, and likely use that as expansion towards the 78.6, which is right now at about $710, $715. Close above below the 50%, then you're likely going to get a deeper pullback towards 38.2%, around like $520 to $500, and then use that as expansion, is assuming the 38.2% holds on a closing basis. Because if you were to come back and retest this area and it doesn't hold, you just get a deviation of the 38.2%, then you're likely going to break down to 300-ish bucks. Let's see what else there is. Some slight bearish divergence between these 2 points, because you do have a lower high on momentum with a higher high on price. Although this requires a close below $433 to confirm. Monthly is currently still positioned to the upside, very close to entering into the bullish control zone here, with volatility going into expansion. Monthly jewels losing the sell signal, flipping into neutral right below the bullish control zone. And you are currently also forming bearish divergence on the monthly, because you have a lower high on momentum here with the higher highs on price. Although the monthly is a little difficult to confirm this bearish divergence, you got to close below about local bottom or local top below about $433, same number as before, and that gives you a move down to about $400 flat for a little bit of a bounce. Then you're likely going to make your way towards about 330 to 350. Okay. 2 week is very close to flipping back down now, and the extremes to the upside on momentum, with volatility close to going into contraction. It goes along with getting a rejection from the 97.5%, and now you are kind of looking toppy here. As long as you close below about $593, you are likely to come a little lower to test this 38.2%, somewhere around like $520-ish. But as long as you're closing over that 38.2% at $523, it is more likely that you're going to get another expansion after these HPTR ranges can step up. Weekly is now starting to flip down, with volatility going into contraction. Weekly jewels losing the buy signal, flipping into neutral right at the critical zone. Goes along in the background, you do have a bullish cross with the pink crossing above the yellow, and this is happening below the bullish control zones. It's not going to be as powerful if this was happening within the bearish control zone, but it's not going to be negligible. And it goes along with getting the rejection of the 97.5%. So that also leads me to think we're going to get a little bit of a pullback here. Tag at least the top 38.2%, somewhere between that to the median, and that gives you a range between about $550 to $520. Same number as we saw before. As long as you're closing weeklies over $523, it is more likely that you are going to see another attempt up. Start closing below this $523 area on a weekly basis, and you can throw that idea out the window. 5 days, same exact look as the weekly. 2 days starting to enter into the bearish control zone on a move to the downside, with volatility very close to going into expansion. And 2 days giving you a guide mode sell signal currently on the jewel. goes along with losing 38.2%. That's at about $588. Close below the area, likely going to come back up and retest it somewhere between 580 to 580 to 590. High probability that will be a rejection, and then likely dumps you towards 520. Probably will get a little bit of a bounce at this 21. Daily is very close to moving back up, although it still flipped down with volatility is still expanding. And I believe you have some bearish divergence here. Yeah, you do have some slight bearish divergence between these points. Because your next target is going to be somewhere around this 55 EMA and this 95% on the HPDR, assuming you close below the 88.3, which is at 580. You got about close to 4 hours left to go. So if you do close below this area, likely going to dump towards somewhere around 550 next. Four hours currently very close to flipping to the downside, with volatility about to go into expansion. You're currently making lower lows on momentum with lower lows on price, so there's no possibility of bullish divergence here. You have lost the 55 EMA, now you're getting below the 95%, kind of likely you're going to dump towards 550 from here. Why does John Deere look so terrible? Is AI taking them out too? This is like well, the effect on John Deere is kind of looking like the effect that John Deere had on. Oh no, I'm not gonna make that joke. Never mind. I get canceled for that one. D. But let's just say after a certain American Civil War, a certain industry became illegalized, and John Deere took over their business. But I will not specify. All right, 6 months. Zoom in here. Got some lower lows on momentum with higher highs on higher lows on price, giving you some possibility for hidden bullish divergence. But you will need to get a close over about $533, which you are a good amount over as of this moment. That'll give you a move into the critical zone, which is currently at about $668. Not that much higher, about $100 higher. Quarterly still has active hidden bullish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing over $457, and your next move is into the critical zone, and that currently sits at about 750, with volatility now going into for expansion freshly from extreme lows. Monthly has a local bottom here, targeting the critical zone. That's currently at 730. Probably going to get a move down to at least tap this 5 EMA first, like 550s. 2 week is making a local top here. This will confirm with any close below $590. And that gives you a move down towards the neutral zone, which currently sits at about, what do you know, 559. Weekly is also making a local top. Sits target somewhere around 548, very close to 550. 5 day as well is making a local top, target somewhere around 566. 3 days also making a local top, 555. 2 days got bearish divergence. This is going to be active as long as you're closing below $662.50. And your next move is into the neutral zone, sits at about 516. And it will update in 3.5 hours. Daily also has bearish divergence. This is going to be active as long as you're closing below $630.88. And your next target is the bearish control zone, sits at about 552. Ready? Down a little bit. And 4 hours also got bearish divergence. This is going to be active as long as you're closing below $634. And your next move is the critical zone, which sits at about 572. Not really much lower. Nothing there. Go back up real quick. All right. Now we're going to momentum. Turns out a lot of these John Deere farming equipment are like several hundreds of thousands of dollars, if not like $1 million or $2 million. Very expensive. These farmers are low-key multimillionaires on paper with all this equipment. 6 months is currently flipped down, but it's very close to flipping back up, and it will flip back up if you can close over $587 with volatility close to being reset. Quarterly currently flipped down, also very close to flipping back up with volatility now starting to expand, and it will flip back up if you close over about $597.50. I believe that's the same pivot as the quarterly, the 6 month. Yep, quarterly and 6 month have the same pivot, and the quarterly closes in about a month. Monthly is currently freshly flipping up, putting in hidden bullish divergence here, taking out this previous low on momentum, price putting in a higher low, and that is going to be, plus you're about to invalidate this strip of death, and you are currently going to be flipped up as long as you're closing over 555. So if you do come down to that 550-ish level, there's just going to be a tap of your monthly pivot, which you are likely to come down to based off of this close off, two close solid closes over the 5 EMA. Like you're going to come back and back test that 5, sitting right around 550. 2 week is currently also flipped up with volatility expanding, and it's going to be flipped up as long as you're closing over 520. Weekly is currently flipped down with volatility topped out, and it's going to remain flipped down as long as you're closing below 641. 5 days also flipped down with volatility topped out, and it's going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below 645. 2 days also flipped down with volatility now contracting, and it's going to remain flipped down as long as you're closing below 656. Daily is also flipped down with volatility now giving a double extreme, and it's going to remain flipped down as long as you're closing below 630. And 4 hours also flipped down, making its way into the critical zone with volatility once again expanding, and it's going to remain flipped down as long as you're closing below $587. Okay, let's go back up. The high time frames do remain quite bullish. It is kind of just going straight up on the very high time frames. You are very close to getting 6 month and quarterly momentum flipping back up, and if you do flip these back up, that is going to put in hidden bullish divergence on both time frames, and that likely is going to send you up to some nice new all-time highs. But on the low time frames, medium to low ones, you are getting momentum flipping to the downside. You're putting in bearish divergences, and that would target on the somewhere around on the quarterly that, or I believe it was quarterly or the 6 month. Which one was it? It was the monthly. On the monthly, that gives you a target down to your 5 EMA at the very least for the back test of your faster moving averages after getting a nice breakout to all-time highs. And that puts you right around $550, $540 to $550, which is also the target of all of your various divergences that you've confirmed and you are working on confirming. And somewhere around there, that would be a tap of your monthly pivot right around that 550 area, which is freshly flipped up, maintaining the bullish control zone. So it's high probability you are going to bounce in that area, which then your higher time frame momentum will take over, which is currently flipped up, and that will give you hidden bullish divergence, and then take you up to your next new highs, which is on the RSI target for the bullish or hidden bullish divergence is going to be somewhere between $700 and $750, and the invalidation will be getting a weekly close below $455. If that happens, then you're going to come down to this 200 SMA somewhere around $330-ish.
Thank you, senor. Much appreciated. All right.
Doing your me impression?
No. Wait, hey, listen. We all do the same thing that makes our throat do that, and it's not gay. Listen, everyone listening, this is not a gay joke, all right, about putting penises in throats. We're talking about something else that we do that makes us cough like that and then go all the time, all right? Again,
we all share
dick.
this putting things in our mouth.
Oh, boy. You're not helping the cause. Thank you, señor. Vamos a empezar con John Deere, que un poco al estilo Caterpillar, ¿no? Y aquí bastante interesante lo que estamos viendo en la trimestral con setups de volatilidad. Pueden ver que empieza a dispararse a la alza, donde está el 15%, justamente acá. Y pueden ver que vino por debajo, el promedio también, y ahora está expandiendo ante esta vela. Atentos, porque esta expansión puede que no sea tan alcista como creemos y puede que se esté volteando. Pueden ver que tenemos un gran cuerpo delgado en la parte alta de la vela, lo que sugeriría que probablemente estaríamos viendo algún tipo de tope. Este tipo de acción no se mueve como... ¿cuál es la mejor manera de describirlo? No se mueve como el resto del mercado, claramente como, ¿cuál es la otra? Caterpillar, traen muchísima fuerza. Y ahora, en la trimestral, claramente es acción alcista, ¿no? Altos más altos, con bajos más altos en toda la tabla. Estás por encima de todos los promedios, nada de qué preocuparte, qué chingón, bonitos días, excelso. Vamos a la de 6 meses para ver cómo se ve esto. Podemos ver que nuestra volatilidad explotó a la alza con esto y ahora está contrayendo, lo que podría sugerir que en largo plazo podríamos ver una corrección, muy largo plazo. Anual, literalmente cero de volatilidad y está dándonos un poco mismo con esta contracción. Ok, me voy a enfocar más en temporalidades bajas. Acá, ver dónde está reventando esta volatilidad, poner, si yo estuviera viendo este precio y quiero seguirlo, volteo y veo, esta es la relación que yo hago normalmente con Bitcoin para saber si es más bajista o alcista con volatilidad. 580 a 22.41%. Si sube el precio y volatilidad baja, eso quiere decir que Nel está esperando a que baje para expandir. Y si lo hace al revés, pues es al revés, ¿no? Bastante fácil de entender. Por ahora, si fuera saber esto, literalmente la mejor manera de poner esto en análisis técnico sería algo así, la parte alta de ese canal, la media de ese canal más o menos estaría aquí, y la parte baja de todo esto es bastante fácil, ¿no? Acá. ¿Ok? Y eso sería una mega, mega, mega corrección. Vamos a la mensual. La mensual tienes volatilidad expandiendo y ahora está contrayendo. Ok. No está contrayendo oficialmente, pero puedes ver que está dando la vuelta y está dándote esta vela roja, lo que sugiere que podría haber continuación a la alza. Lo único que esto sugiere hasta ahora es que puedes venir a esta zona o, si te cagas, a la zona de los 468 para agregar. ¿Ok? Pero de no aguantar esta zona, vendrías a los 408 y de ahí empezarías ya a formar muchos bajos más bajos y podría cambiar, podría ser un cambio de tendencia. No me sorprendería que en temporalidades más cortas nos enseñe eso, ¿no? 2 semanas, vela topera, habías tenido expansión de volatilidad y ahora está dándose la vuelta y puedes ver la vela roja una vez más, sugiriendo que es más probable una buena consolidación que cualquier cosa. Semanal, tienes acá el promedio del 9, tío, estás literalmente retesteando el promedio del 9 para continuar a la alza. Si esto continúa sin problemas, te llevas los 578 y empiezas a abrir la puerta a nuevos mínimos. El 534 en la semanal es el nivel más importante de todos. Si les pongo una línea acá van a entender por qué. Resistencia, 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 breakout. Esto es donde vendría el precio ahorita a corregir. Y si llegas a bajar de acá, podemos empezar a hablar de una reversión de tendencia. La diaria tiene volatilidad empezando a expandir ya acá, pero en un extremo. Esto es bajista. Esto me dice que si esta volatilidad vuelve a pintar otro set de extremos como estos para abajo, va a poder hacer este movimiento al revés, el último que dio. Ahora sí que veríamos el precio venir a retestear el promedio del 100, que no lo ha hecho desde el 8 de enero. No es tanto tiempo, pero sería brutal un retesteo del promedio del 100. Desde entonces no has visto un retesteo de nada. Lo único que estás haciendo, literalmente retesteando ahorita tu cruce plateado que se dio acá. Y el peor escenario debería ser que vengas a 559, ya a 534, y perder este nivel de 534 te pondría en que probablemente va a ser más bajista. Pero por ahora, tus zonas de agregar, 550, donde estás, 559 y 534. A largo plazo no tengo ni puta idea. Tiene cara que podría bajar, pero continúa siendo muy alcista. Nada más es cosa de entender esta reversión, si se va a dar o no. Si se da la reversión, podríamos cambiar la idea de ser alcistas si nos llevamos a este mínimo, porque a esta chingadera sí le gusta consolidar para arriba. Esta mamada, ¿no? Sí, sí le gusta consolidar para arriba cuando es alcista. Entonces, si empezamos a verla para abajo, tal vez me haría cambiar de opinión de que sí, efectivamente, esto es bajista. Por ahora, una vez más, ¿qué es lo que quieres si estás aquí intentando agregar a tu posición? La mejor y la más ideal serían 530, segunda 559 y tercera donde estás. Así que ahí tú toma tu decisión, pero está puesto, listo, enfrente y en directo para todos ustedes. Mr. Farjano, can we do Roblox, por favor?
Alrighty. Roblox.
You're
Robert
muted? No. Oh,
Logs.
sorry. Huh?
Robert Logs.
Robert
Now to
Logs.
you, Robert. Now panning to you, Robert.
We haven't looked at the pedophile games in a while time. In a while.
We haven't. I saw this video on Twitter about this controversy which is going around in Roblox, where somebody recreated the Sandy Hook Elementary school shooting in Roblox, and it's like a whole interactive thing where they recreated the entire school, and it's like a one-to-one replica. Very a lot of time someone put into making that.
No way.
Quite creepy. Yeah.
That's fucking amazing.
So now there's a whole controversy about we're letting children play this game. All right, but I'm pretty sure it's much worse than was. What am I trying to say? Pedophilia is not as bad as that, though.
That's what?
That's just pedophilia is not as bad as recreating a little shooting. Pedophilia.
No, of course not. I agree with you on that.
So we got on the quarterly, you got a beautiful United States pattern here forming. Usually whenever you get these United States patterns forming, somewhere around this zone, you do like to consolidate, and then as long as you're holding this area, somewhere around like 59, 60 bucks, should see some nice busting action eventually after these HPDR ranges can step up. As long as these ranges don't step up, though, I wouldn't expect to see any major busting action in anytime soon, because you are going to be limited by probabilities. And that goes along with momentum on the quarterly being flipped to the downside, with volatility also being already in contraction. And you are currently putting in now possibility for hidden bullish divergence, taking out these previous lows on momentum, while price is making higher lows, giving you 3 tries of possible hidden bullish divergence. And once this does eventually confirm, that is going to give you a target of this United States pattern and give you a nice busting action to new all-time highs. Go to the monthly. Monthly is currently positioned to the downside, getting quite extreme into the bearish control zone, with volatility currently expanding. Goes along with monthly getting loss of your 78.6%. Got several closes below that 78.6%, but on this candle you did put in somewhat of like a bottoming candle, inverted hammer here, right at this 55 EMA. So as long as you're closing over about $59.70, it is more likely to bounce from this zone here. If you close below $59.70, then you're likely to move down to somewhere around like $50, $50 to $51. And if you can get a close above $76.58, that will confirm this is a local bottom, and then you're likely to come back towards somewhere around like $85 to $90. 2-week is also currently flipping up on momentum, getting over the moving average, with volatility very close to going into expansion. You are currently putting in possibility for hidden bearish divergence, because you have taken out these previous highs on momentum, with price making lower highs. That's 3 drives of hidden bearish divergence currently possible, and you will need to close below $59.70 to confirm it. If you do confirm it, you're likely gonna move down somewhere around 50 bucks. Weekly is currently freshly flipping back down on momentum. Weekly is also putting in a possibility for hidden bearish divergence. You'll need to close below 59.70 to confirm it, and then you get to move down to somewhere around 50 bucks. With volatility currently expanding, but you are on the opposite hand, you are getting a fresh buy signal on the jewel within the critical zone. Yeah, any of a first to across to the downside. You have yet to. You're kind of front running your 9 EMA, so this could be taken as a retest of your 9. With momentum now flipping back down. 5 days, same as look as the weekly, momentum freshly flipping back down, volatility expanding, rejection of the 9 off the silver cross down. 2 days now, very close to flipping back up, but it is still flipped to the downside with volatility at basically 0%, with 2-day giving you a buy signal on the jewel and very close to giving you another buy signal with the pink about to cross above the yellow. Ideally, you want to see this median hold, median's at about $63.59. If that doesn't hold, you're likely going to move down to somewhere around $59, $58. I think this is going to be your, kind of like your last sand, or your last line in the sand for bulls. Because if you can't hold this area, you're likely going to dump to like 40 to 50 bucks. But if you do ideally hold over the median from here, then you're likely going to bounce back up, test somewhere around 70 bucks first. We're gonna have to see in the next 3.5 hours if you can close over 63.59 or not. Daily currently also flipped to the downside, very close entering into the bearish control zone with volatility now going into expansion. Plus, you are getting a fresh sell signal on the jewel. Goes along with getting an open below your 38.2%. You closed above it, but you opened below it. And as long as you are closing below $65.10, you are likely to come back down to somewhere around like $60 to $58. 4 hours now freshly flipping back down with volatility currently expanding. 4 hours also putting in a hidden bearish divergence. You are putting in a green candle here though, so maybe you come back up and test somewhere around 60, 69, 70 bucks. But as long as you're closing below 69.88, likely gonna come a little lower. If you can close over 69.88 on a 4-hour basis, then you're likely gonna bust back up somewhere around 70 bucks. Maybe 2 hours currently flipped down, but very close to flipping back up with volatility currently expanding. 2 hours giving you a fresh sell signal here with the pink crossing below the yellow, happening below the bullish control zone, but it's happening above the bearish control zone, so likely not going to be negligible. You are getting a fresh silver cross to the downside, so maybe you come back up to retest this 9 EMA here. You do have a gap here, which testing the 9 would fill the gap. That's around $65, and as long as you're closing below about $65, $68, $65 to $66, you're likely just going to put in a bearish retest before going lower. Let's look at RSI. Roblox. Quarterly is putting in a local top. That already has confirmed. That gives you a target towards the neutral zone. That sits at about, it's going to update, but currently sits at $35.84. This will be the scenario in which you get a breakdown if that level doesn't update. 2-week currently has active bearish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing below 87.28. Your next target is the critical zone. It's going to update, but it's at 34 bucks currently. Updates in a week. Weekly currently has active bullish divergence. This is going to be active as long as you're closing over $62. And your next target is going to be the edge of the bearish control zone, which currently is at about $76. This is the scenario where you come up to test 70s before going lower. 5-day also has active bullish divergence. Target somewhere around 72 bucks. 3 days about to put in a fresh drive of hidden bearish divergence. Closes in about 3 days and 3 hours. This will confirm with any close below $66.20, and that gives you a move down towards a simple moving average at about $48, $49, right around 50 bucks. Interesting. 2 days as well as putting in a fresh drive of hidden bearish divergence. This will confirm with any close below same number, 66.20, and that gives you a move down to about, where's the bearish control zone? Or the simple moving average is at about $58. Daily already has multiple drives of hidden bearish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing below 71.40. Your next move is into the simple, somewhere between the simple moving average and the bearish control zone. That's around like 56 bucks. Alrighty. And 2 hours got a fresh drive of hidden bearish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing below $66, and your next target is the critical zone. That's at about $59. Let's look at momentum. Now panning to Robert Locks. Sports now with Robert Locks. All right, quarterly is currently flipped up as long as you're closing over about $58. So if you were to come back and tap that $50-ish number, that would just be a tap of your quarterly pivot. Monthly is currently flipped down with volatility very close to expanding, and it's going to remain flipped down as long as you're closing below $125.21. But you are currently putting in possibility of multiple tries of hitting bullish divergence because you have taken out all of these lows on momentum with price putting in multiple higher lows as long as you are closing over about $58.29. And once you do confirm these drives of hidden bullish divergence, that likely plays out this United States pattern to new all-time highs. 2-week is currently very close to flipping back up, and it will flip back up if you can close it for $62. Weekly is currently already flipped back up, and it will remain flipped up as long as you're closing over $61. 5-day is currently also flipped up, and it will remain flipped up as long as you're closing over $61. 2-day is currently also flipped up, and it's going to remain up as long as you're closing over $61. 61 seems very important. Daily is currently freshly flipped down, rejecting the bullish control zone, and it's going to remain flipped down as long as you're closing below $67. 4 hours also flipped down with a derp of death and volatility expansion, and it's going to remain flipped down as long as you're closing below $68. And 2 hours freshly flipped up with volatility expansion from extreme lows, and it's going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over $63, $64, like 63, 62, which you were ever so slightly over. And 30 minutes also flipped up, making it more likely that hourly is going to remain up, 4 hours is going to remain up, or likely going to flip back up once you get down towards the bearish control zone. And let's go back into the daily, and daily is likely going to remain to the downside, however. Actually, 4 hours also very likely going to remain down here too with volatility expansion. So more likely you're going to come down and retest this kind of low somewhere around 50, 58 to 60 bucks. But as long as you're holding over that on a closing basis, your higher time frame hidden bullish divergences will still be possible. Monthly, quarterly. So long term, it's still looking pretty good, still quite bullish. You haven't taken out the areas yet, which would invalidate your United States pattern. You are consolidating right around the area where you would need to, and you're holding over right around that high $50 area where ideally you can consolidate. You don't necessarily need to bust up from here, just consolidate from here because you're already putting in possibility of hidden bullish divergence on your higher time frames. And whenever you do confirm that with a local bottom, and eventually it will be easier to confirm a local bottom as long as you're holding over about $58 on a closing basis. And then once you confirm that, it'll give you 3 drives of hidden bullish divergence on your higher time frames, and that'll send you up to new all-time highs. Right now, you are getting momentum flipping down on your medium to low-term time frames, like the daily and below are all flipping down on momentum. So it is making it likely you are going to come back down and revisit somewhere around $60 to $58. But assuming that you continue closing over that area, that should send you back up eventually towards somewhere around $70 to $75. If you start closing dailies below about $58, $55, then you are going to go down to your next bearish divergence target, which is somewhere around $35 to $40. Then we have to see the reaction around there. And if you can't hold that area as well, then you're going to be coming down very hard towards somewhere around like this high like 20s to low $20 area. I don't think that's going to happen. However, I'm more biased towards the side of consolidating somewhere around this $50 to $60 zone, eventually confirming your hidden bullish divergence after people get bored, and then sending it up to all-time highs after that.
Perfecto. Thank you so much, senor. Much appreciated. All right. I'll do it. Okay. Amazon's next, Alex. The Jeff Bezos Corporation, Bold Inc. That's what it is. That's what it's called. Ok. Vamos a empezar con Roblox, la empresa favorita de videojuegos de todos los políticos en Estados Unidos por la pedofilia. Así que vamos a disfrutar un poco el análisis técnico pedófilo. Mientras más pedofilia haya, más debería de subir. Me imagino que la detuvieron por un ratito. Una cosa que podemos notar instantáneamente es que veníamos en una tendencia alcista desde el 6 de mayo, justamente aquí abajo. Habíamos tocado 1, 2, 3 veces. ¿En cuántos años? En un año, en casi 2 años. Y ahora estamos perdiendo esta tendencia alcista. La cosa es, la está retesteando, brother, y está retesteando al mismo tiempo el promedio del 100. Muy probablemente por dónde estás y por dónde cerró y por dónde abrió esta vela y dónde está ahorita, vas a rechazar y vas a continuar para abajo. Yo hubiera dicho que la zona donde estamos es la que debió haber aguantado, hubiera dicho, pero personalmente creo que los $50 son una posibilidad bastante real en la tabla de Roblox. Justamente aquí. Y esto, aquí yo ya no va, yo ya me salí de Roblox. Tengo que decirles eso. Aquí arriba, cuando mi bias era de, ¿cómo se llama? Era bajista. Cuando me estaban preguntando, güey, debería agregar a Roblox, aquí arriba les dije, yo tengo un bias de que el mercado va a bajar, yo me voy a salir. Vendí todo. Todavía, y para que sepan, mi cuenta de retiro está toda en cash. Toda. Toda. No he comprado nada en ella. En ella lo que pienso hacer es, si Bitcoin Circle, lo que tú quieras, cae a un nivel exageradamente bajo, voy a poner todo mi dinero en una cosa que yo crea. ¿Por qué voy a hacer eso? Porque me vale verga el planeta. Así que guárdalo para que después cuando me vaya mal puedas venir a burlarte de mí. Por ahora, puedes ver que Roblox ha estado en una gran tendencia alcista. Hizo un doble techo en el pecho con un gran engaño por acá y pues volvió a caer, ¿no? Desde el tope, la primera vez que Roblox llegó acá, justamente a nuestra línea amarilla, cayó hasta el fondo del mercado bajista 84% en el 2022. Desde el tope artificialón por acá a donde estamos 57%. Para caer lo mismo tendríamos que venir a los 27. Y aquí es donde yo digo, para mí Roblox debería de aguantar, una vez más, esta zona. ¿Por qué? Porque ves toda la acumulación de esta zona y cuánta resistencia fue. Literalmente duró del 2022 hasta el 2024. Fue una zona de 2 años y medio que no pudimos romper. ¿Ok? Esto debería de ofrecer un gran soporte aquí. ¿Ok? Es por eso que decimos que esta sería la zona ideal. La cosa y por la que no voy a comprar otra vez Roblox es sencilla. No tengo ni puta idea si con AI puede decir, güey, hazme un juego donde me la jalo todo el día, ¿no? Y te lo hace. No, hasta ahorita yo le había dicho al gran Willy que me dijera, por favor, si salía algo que fuera a competir con Roblox. Nada. Pero la cosa es, ahora, digitalmente hablando, es como invertir en estudios de película. Tendrías que ser un pinche animal, ¿no? Porque, güey, las únicas empresas, yo sé que todos creemos que todas las empresas grandes van a sobrevivir, pero las únicas empresas que van a sobrevivir son las de IA. No necesitan intermediarios, güey. Su IA puede hacer todo. ¿Para qué vergas necesitas a Netflix creando contenido cuando puedes tú crear mejor contenido si eres XAI? ¿Me entienden? Y es ahí donde yo no entiendo muy bien el futuro y no creo que sea tan claro. Por eso estoy haciendo apuestas sencillas. Roblox para mí es una de ellas. Una vez más, entrando en la zona de 50, debería de aguantar y subir. Para mí, la primera señal de que esto no lo va a hacer sería perder esta zona de los 47.54. ¿Ok? Lo vamos a llevar a la mensual. En la mensual no está aguantando el promedio del 55. Literalmente nunca lo habíamos tocado. Ahora lo estamos tocando y si lo perdemos, deberíamos de caer una vez más al siguiente escalón. De aquí, ya por aquí ya está bastante castigado, ¿eh? O sea, no creas que no es una buena oportunidad ver este tipo de precio en este momento. Pero lo que les digo es, para mí, no tengo ni puta idea qué vaya a pasar en este espacio. No empezaría yo a agregar aquí. 2 semanas es la que estábamos platicando. Habíamos tenido la volatilidad expandiendo ante la caída y todavía puede llegar a extremos, tíos, como acá. Todavía no lo hace y es lo que está manteniéndonos yéndonos de lado, lo que es más bajista que alcista. Semanal habías tenido este zamputazo de volatilidad. Tienes el primer cruce plateado desde literalmente el principio del mercado bajista del 2022. Esto ocurrió el 6 de febrero. Vamos a ver en el 2022 cuando ocurrió. No vamos a tener todos los putos promedios. Más o menos va a pasar por acá. En enero del 2022, vamos un mes después y de ahí cayó un chingo más. Aquí ya tienes el cruce plateado, continúa cayendo, estás por debajo del S&P 200 que es bajista de a madre. en la semanal. Pero ¿qué decimos? Si vas a comprar algo y eres fan de algo y estás en la semanal viendo que estás debajo del S&P 200, buena idea tal vez agregar a tu posición, tal vez lo quieras hacer más desordenadamente en vez de solo 3 putazos. Güey, como esta semana le va a poner, bla, 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 ¿no? Cada quien. Pero claramente nos está rechazando todo esto y lo ha rechazado 1, 2, 3, 4 veces. En la diaria, todo se ve perdido. Alto, ¿no? Bajo. Alto más alto. Bajo más bajo. Alto más bajo. Si estás siguiendo este patrón, esto debería ser este bajo más bajo. Deberías de venir a retestear una vez más por acá para continuar cayendo. ¿Qué es lo que quieres hacer? Bastante sencillo. Mensualmente hablando, quieres cerrar por encima de tus 55, de los 62. Si empiezas a ver que pierdes los 62, sobre todo yo me guiaría en la de, no, sí, en la de 2 semanas. Recupero el promedio del 100 y me vuelvo a trepar en esta línea alcista. Chingón, güey, vamos de vuelta para arriba y la fiesta puede volver a empezar. Por ahora, estando por debajo de todo esto, es mucho más bajista que alcista. Y tienes que poner muchísima atención y cuidado en esto, ¿ok? Así que Roblox está en una buena zona si es que quieres agregar a tu posición. No, una vez más, no te estoy disencouraging you. No te estoy diciendo que no lo hagas y Roblox se va a ir a cero. Yo estoy diciendo, yo personalmente en esto ya no entiendo los videojuegos y lo que puede pasar en 1 año, en 2 años con esto. Y por ende, esta es una apuesta mía que fue una de mis favoritas. Le agradezco todo el dinero a Roblox que me regaló por haber comprado esta zona. Y ya, nada más la voy a dejar en paz. Y cuando entiendan, tal vez Roblox tiene un gran AI, un pedacito, pues tal vez, pero ahorita no estoy interesado, pero técnicamente hablando, está en una buena zona de compra. Y de nuevo, Elite aquí en 55, Mega Elite poder agregar en 47. Si baja de eso, yo creo que Roblox está perdido y podría haber mucho más downside de lo que se imaginan. Ahí lo tienen, damas y caballeros. Vamos con Amazon. You're gonna do Amazon, yeah. Alex, please.
Let's see here.
The president of all bald people.
Yes, with his wife, or Zuck's wife.
The planet of the bald. Of the bolds.
Of the bolds.
Everyone's bald in this planet. It's terrifying.
And the only guy with hair is the president.
Well, no. He's Jeff Bezos. How is he get like? He's the president, the owner, the CEO. He's like those guys that open a company and instantly they're the CEO of a company that has no employees and just announce to everyone that they're the CEO. He would be that.
And they put entrepreneur on the bio of the CEO.
Yeah.
Entrepreneur, CEO in the bio.
Yeah,
Serial entrepreneurs.
There's one guy that just analyzes charts online and sells like shit online. He's like, "Hi, I'm the CEO and the market strategist for." He's like, dude, you're a fucking YouTuber. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Did you even open the LLC? You, Mr. President and marketing executive in charge of my dick floating around in the pool? Get the fuck out of here. I'm sorry, Alex. Go on.
That's something I'll never put in my bio.
Same.
Maybe I have it. No, I'm just kidding. I don't think I have anything. Just Bitcoins and stonks, because that's what we trade and do. So Amazon's nice because it's in a big spot here, rejecting the daily EMA 34, while holding 214.81 support potentially. Now you were gauging always a move back to 214.81, but now the big question lies: are we actually going to hold it? Are we going to get expansion or even consolidation? Really, I mean, holding above, and we'll go to a lower time frame so we can see a little better here. Holding this 214.81 spot will mean you'll have another shot at potentially testing that daily EMA 34, which is a big thing. If you get back above the daily EMA 34, well, there you have confluence of a move back to around 221 to 224, essentially, right back to the daily EMA 34 or EMA 100. Also, right, with the daily SMA 200, a massive zone for something like Amazon. Visually, you can see it really was respecting the daily SMA 200. Since losing it, you've just been kind of chopping, going down. Now you're getting a little mean reversion, gap fill. Are we going to reject a daily SMA 200 retest? while also maybe SRing what was support flipped into resistance, or actually get a reclaim. And that's why you really can see today, you're really going to want to see that 214.81 hold. It's going to be a big point of maybe bulls getting another shot at testing the daily EMA 34. Because if not, bears can flex here. They're going to want to dump. And this is literally like the same exact positioning that Bitcoin was at yesterday. Deviation under the 34, got a rejection. Only difference is we got actual follow through on Bitcoin, or maybe something like Amazon is still being defended by that daily EMA 5. So we want to be watching very carefully. It isn't a big spot. You're even getting daily volatility contracting. It's off the daily perspective. So, right, no daily buy trigger here, still within a range, and you're now pressing that support. Does this turn into a throwback, or does it turn into a deviation is kind of what we're looking for today. Now let's go to the weekly. Weekly EMA 9 has been hit, but this isn't really good yet. You need to start seeing specifically 222 actually reclaimed. You'll be right back within this range, and you'll have potential to move all the way to around 230 and possibly higher. But notice here, you're making consecutive lower highs. So yes, you got to bounce predictably off the weekly EMA 100, deviation, retest, right here, retested, expansion. But is this just going to be a simple bearish retest of the moving averages, and also just what was previous support at that 222 flipped into resistance? This week you made a high of 220, not bad, but still keeping the perspective. Nothing's really changed. Still lower high potential, and bearish retest will keep you in check as a trader. Really, then, if you know that, well, you're potentially going to produce a lower high here in bearish retest, 214.81 really is going to be an important spot for the lower time frame bulls to actually defend. So far, they're not. Now, when do you know we're going to get a major move down on Amazon? Well, it's very easy. Just lose the weekly EMA 100. That'll be a big sign. It'll just look like, weekly trend is down, and you'll have an objective move around that 175 zone. Weekly SMA 200 will move up every weekly close. Still a big spot. You want to be watching that 170 region. When we had this massive bottoming zone before the new high in the April low, we never actually tested this. And again, it's like when I look at Tesla, you just absolutely can make an test the April lows again, something a lot of people don't think can happen. You would want to see these highs here flipped into support. And so you're above it, awesome, but can we actually get some tests? Can we hold it? Can we get a massive SR of, resistance? I guess it should look like this, honestly. Resistance flipped into support. But still here, you had a nice busting action move, and you never really got a bullish retest. So you're still kind of using April lows as kind of a spot to be gauging any kind of move in confluence with the weekly SMA 200. Currently, you're just simply watching the reaction now at 220s. If you start really breaking down under 211s, closing under the weekly EMA 100, this will start looking like you're going to make a really high probability breakdown towards that 175. So watch that very carefully. You even are in a bi-weekly sell trigger. And this is playing into exactly what we mentioned, which is this just is looking more like a bearish retest on Amazon and weekly lower high. Based on this, bi-weekly sell, weekly EMA 34. We've been here before on Bitcoin. Remember this? As long as you're under the 34, you're going to make a measured move down to the bi-weekly 100. And actually, it's funny because this March low was brought because you were under the bi-weekly EMA 34. You can see here on this major breakdown, it was rejections off the bi-weekly EMA 34. Look, when you lost it, look at the rejection. This took you all the way down to that $100 region. So this doesn't really look the most bullish. But maybe the HBDR is saying something different. No, the HBDR is even in a breakdown, putting in that bearish retest off to 50%. So, not really good. And you're also in a bi-weekly volatility setup. Just more points for why this is bearish. And any move up to that 220 seems to me like an opportunity zone for shorts. And look at that, because it's a monthly 9. And something like a monthly 9 holding very, very, very strong all bull market, losing it in February, rallying up to a monthly 9. really does signal that this spot around 220 is a massive short zone. And honestly, I'm going to give an ETA short after the stream on Amazon. Seems very probable this is going to break down as long as you just simply standard 240s. Let's see here. You'd have a move down to 180s, 175. It's about 21%. Losing about 10%. It's assuming you hold 175. If you don't, you're going to capitulate on Amazon down to 145s. And we can't act like we haven't seen that. Look what occurs once you lose support, capitulates massively down to the 140s, where then, well, ideally that does hold, because if not, nothing will stop Amazon from going back to the 80s and possibly the $100 region. Look at that monthly SMA 200. And that should be a bottoming zone. So in summary, Amazon in all time frames is putting in a bearish retest, monthly bearish retest of the 9, bi-weekly bearish retest of the EMA 34 right here. And also by a bearish retest of the 21, $220, which was previous support, weekly EMA 9. No matter how you look at it, Amazon's looking very, very weak as long as you're under 220. It means that this is not really in a long zone. It's not really in an investment zone. Actually, investors are really cautious here because your investing idea is kind of diminishing as you're going back under the monthly 9. It's just been a very easy spot to bid. Monthly 9 and 21, you've lost both. Now, if you do really start taking out last month's low, it's going to start looking like this chart is flipping into a monthly downtrend. Now, last time you've been in a monthly downtrend was back in 2022 bear market. We talked about this a lot when we're looking at crypto. You should be looking at characteristics of 2022 bear market, possibly on this Amazon chart if it gives. Now, if you do start massively rejecting the monthly 9, watch the monthly 34. That'll be always your last stand. You start losing that, it will be just destruction for Amazon. You do see once you lost the monthly EMA 34 here in 2022, you rallied back up to it, and then it was decimation for bulls. I mean, you literally went down 44% after losing that monthly 34. So for me, I think it's safe to say if you start losing that in confluence with that 175, nothing will be stopping Amazon from a drop down to 145s. Even here, you have monthly volatility giving you a setup. And we can't forget here, bi-weekly as well, is expanding in its setup. So we could just see the domino effect on Amazon. Bi-weekly fires off, takes you down to that 175s, where then monthly fires off, possibly taking you down to 80s. So just be fully aware of kind of the setups here. And the fact that, you potentially have like a head and shoulders here on the monthly. And even if you, let's say, epically move back up to around that 229, 230, still more likely to reject. You have to be using essentially that 240s as kind of your invalidation as a bear, which means that, bulls have a lot to kind of do to get this chart back to being bullish. Really not a bull, really not at all, as long as you're under 230. So be fully aware of that. And it just looks like we're putting in a massive SR of lost support here. So just be kind of cautious on Amazon. It looks really bad. And remember, Amazon can move massively down very fast. We saw this during the April lows. I posted trades thinking they were going to TP in 1-2 weeks, and it took 3 days. Oh, got to call it the worst time. It took like 3 days to get a TP on Amazon. When it really starts moving down, it really can move down fast.
Yeah. Couldn't agree more, senor. Thank you so much. Very much appreciated. Farhano, you want to do the last one so I can just close it?
Do what?
Do a last one, and then I'll do these and close it. Give me 1 second.
Yes, sir.
Let me see what's next. Lucid. Ahorita les hago Amazon. Simplemente vamos a cerrar con Lucid para que se puedan ir y después lo hago yo. I was just looking at my at the banners that we have built, and I was like picking one to at Lucid, had to become the Cum Rocket Company, whatever that was.
Like I say on it, we at ETA are bullish on Cum.
Yes, we are. It's a
We're
very
very
bullish
bullish.
chart, the Cum chart.
Very bullish.
It's just an explosion.
All over TradingView.
All over. All right, we'll start with the quarterly on Lucid. So we got the
Looking
price
good.
action now catching. Yeah, not too bad. Looking very strong. Looking very healthy. I think it's like this. No.
When did the Saudis come in? I'm waiting for the Saudis to buy.
They already did. What
Oh,
no
there
one
we go.
really knows is that the Saudis own Uber, and they own like basically most of the S&P companies and Nasdaq companies and in the US. They own them because what no one realizes is while the Saudis agreed to buy and sell, mostly sell oil in dollars, which was not an exclusive deal, the US in return made them a promise that they'd be able to get first dibs in all the big money opportunities. So they own all of Hollywood. No one knows this. They own most of the car business, most of the app business. So eventually, this is why to me Lucid cannot go to zero. That plus it's too cheap, and it already has like all the Asian people that live around me that are super loaded in these fucking $20 million houses. They all have Lucids. So are you gonna really let go of that company? No. That's why we're buying here.
I see. It makes sense. Plus, it's very cheap.
Exactly. Hey, listen. It's a fucking gamble, right? It's 5% of my portfolio exposure. I'm not dying over this, but I want it to go lower. I want at the sevens. I'm going all in 7, 8s.
And once you just push this option on the keyboard, I just pushed the option key and the I key, and now it looks pretty good.
It looks fucking amazing. Good job.
This looks awesome. I definitely want to buy this. So now price action is catching up with the 38.2% is catching up with the price action. We got it moved all the way down after we got a nice rejection off the 100%. Then we got a little bit of a bounce here. It doesn't look like that much on the chart, but that was like a 93% move to the upside after our bottom, our local bottom. We tested the top of the 38.2%, came all the way to the 5 EMA, got a rejection. And then we got a lower low. And now we're getting the same move again where we got price action testing the median, making its way into the 38.2%. This is where we had right over here. We tested the median, and then we got a strong bounce off the median, and then we got to move to the 5 EMA. So off of that median, that was, let's see how much of a bounce. From there towards the close, that was 38% bounce. And then when we tested the 5 EMA, that was a 66% bounce. Pretty powerful. So from here, and that went towards right around the 61%, 61.8% on the HPD. Actually, that would be the 78.6%. And right now, the 78.6%, so it's just below the 5 EMA, and this 5 EMA is going to make its way down with every single close. But right now, that 78.6% is at about $15. It's a pretty massive move from where we are right now. Let's see how much that is percentage-wise. That's like 50-ish%. Still lower than this move that we saw here off of that median. That was like 60-something% towards that 5 EMA. So getting that move towards 14 to $15 is not really that crazy considering that previous bounce that he got, which ended up just being a bounce before lower. So that's pretty awesome right there. And you could use, this is going to be a little difficult to throw a stop loss on this, but you'd want this one to be your bottom at right around $9.12. Let's see. I see how much of a move that's down. 7%. Not the worst. 7% in against you versus 50% in your favor. Pretty good. Quarterly is now very close to flipping back up. That lines up to getting that short-term bounce at the very least. And it's once it gets back over the moving average, it will also get back into the bullish control zone. Let's look at monthly. Monthly is also flipping back up now, getting over the moving average, getting close to getting out of the bearish control zone, volatility going into contraction. Monthly is getting a bounce off of the 88.3%. And right now, you'd likely are going to make your way towards the 38.2%, which is at around 10 to 11 bucks. That is going to be very strong resistance, however, at that $11 zone. You can get a close over $10.75 on a monthly basis. That's what gives you your move up to 15 bucks. 2-week is currently flipped up, getting out of the bearish control zone with volatility going into or starting to tick back up from extreme lows, and the 2-week jewel is losing the sell signal, flipping into neutral within the critical zone. This goes along with price getting a bounce from the bottom 38.2%. You want to continue holding this 38.2% at $9.69, nice number, and then you should see it move into 11 bucks off of that. Getting a weekly close over 11 bucks, $11.11 at 11.11, nice number. That's what sends you up to closer to 15 bucks. Let's go back for a second. 2-week is also, it's putting in currently possibility for hidden bearish divergence stuff, because you have taken out all these highs on momentum with price making lower highs. That will confirm with the close below $9.12, and then you're going to get a move down to about 8 bucks. So you're kind of on the edge there where you could get your breakout or breakdown here. Weekly is currently flipped up also. Weekly is also putting in hidden bearish divergence possibility with volatility expanding. Weekly hidden bearish divergence confirms with a close below $9.12. So this is kind of going to confirm hidden bearish divergences across the board if you close below $9.12. And that gives you a move towards 8 bucks. 5 days currently also flipped up, also putting in possibility for hidden bearish divergence. You are currently rejecting the top 38.2%. If you can get a close over about $10.40, that gives you a move up towards about 13 bucks in this 21 EMA. If you do confirm this hidden bearish divergence, however, with a close below about $9.12, you get a move towards about 8 bucks. Volatility is going to expand into extreme lows too. 2 days currently flipped down freshly with volatility almost at 0%. Is there any divergence here? No, not quite. With the jewel giving you a fresh buy signal within the bearish control zone. Ideally, you want to continue holding over the median. You got about 2 hours and 43 minutes left to close. It's at $9.89. Then you should see it move into somewhere around 10.50 to 11 bucks. Close below the median, you're going to dump to about 9.15, and then this is going to be your line in the sand. But you have to hold over this on a daily closing basis or 2-day closing basis, or this is going to break down. If you can hold this on a closing basis, then you're likely going to once again get that move back up towards about 10.50 to $11. Going to come down to really holding here this 38.2%. Daily is also currently flipped out, rejecting the critical zone. Daily is putting in hidden bearish divergence, taking out this previous high on momentum, price putting in the lower high. That will confirm with any close below $9.56. You are currently right at the neutral zone right now on momentum with the jewels losing the buy signal, flipping into neutral, but it has not flipped into sell just yet. Ideally, if you can continue closing over this 38.2%, that's likely going to keep that jewel from flipping to sell, keep it on neutral. Then if you can get a close over this median and this 21 EMA around $10.16, that'll flip it back into a buy most likely, and then you're likely going to make your way towards around 11 bucks and like 13 to 15. 4 hours also flipped down freshly, rejecting the moving average with volatility close to going to expansion, but still contracting. 4 hours still giving you a sell signal on the jewel, but goes along with holding this bottom 38.2%. If you can keep holding over $9.58, you should get an attempt somewhere around 10 bucks. And if you can get a 4-hour close over $10, that sends you upwards towards 11 to 13. All right, now let's check RSI. Dump this Bitcoin shit, please. Just send it in one candle, one 1 minute candle straight to $59,000.
The famous bearish god candle.
Yeah, the Diablo candle, the Chupacabra candle.
There you go.
Just boom, just like that, $59,000. It reminds me of that dude Dan Pena, who said, "If you knew what I knew, if you knew who made Bitcoin, it would go to zero in a millisecond. You'd be rushing to sell it like that. Boom." And then
Who
the
said
rumors
that?
come
Donald
out
Trump?
that Dan Pena, the guy who said Bitcoin is going to fucking zero.
Yeah. The guy that sells courses or some shit, right?
I'm
The
not
older
sure what he
guy.
does. Yeah.
I think
He's
he
like,
does.
he's like, if you knew what I know about who made Bitcoin, you'd be rushing to sell it. And then rumors came out that Epstein made Bitcoin. And
Well,
then people
yeah,
were like,
they all
Dan
work
Pena knew.
together. They all work together. It's so much fun. Like all of them pretending these things and playing it. It's pretty good for the retards. I mean, they have an incredible everyone on Twitter that's following monitoring the situations. Their entertainment is fucking all-time highs, dude. They
I
just don't know
saw
it's
I saw
entertainment.
I saw a brilliant idea on Twitter for like a new sports bar where instead of sports, they show like world events and they have like charts up and shit and they call the bar monitoring the situation.
It's fucking
It's pretty
phenomenal.
genius.
Yeah.
And then you have like poly market windows on the side where you can have people betting on shit, and you have like Bitcoin charts or some shitcoin charts.
We should make this.
And then you have one side where people are like betting on the 1 minute chart on Bitcoin. You have other side where people are sports betting. That'd be awesome.
Yep. I'm in for it.
I'd personally be a frequent visitor.
Same, sir.
We gotta look into this. I'm patenting this idea. I'm kidding because this idea is worthless. So on the monthly, we got currently multiple drives of hidden bearish divergence. This is going to be active as long as you're closing below $24.60, and your next target is the critical zone, which is at about $16.50. Actually, no, never mind. I'm retarded. It's impossible. I'm looking at the wrong number. The bearish control zone is at $16.57, and the simple moving average is about $17. So if you get that move up towards about $15, that would be a tap of the bearish control zone. And you have been in the bearish control zone for, let's see how long. Fuck. It first entered the bearish control zone in about 2022, November of 2022. And then every single move out of the bearish control zone has just been a deviation. This is right here is the famous penis formation. If you can see, there goes the head, there goes the body of it. And you can also consider it a head and shoulders right there. And the target of that would be the critical zone, which is currently impossible. 2 week also has active hidden bearish divergence. The simple moving average is at $12, and the critical zone is at impossible. Zoom in. Currently forming hidden bearish divergence on the 5-day and the weekly, but you need to close below $9.12 to confirm it. Same number as before. 3-day currently has active bullish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing over 975 with volatility at 0%. Your next target on that is going to be the neutral zone. That currently sits at about $11.60. 2 days also got bullish divergence. It will be active as long as you're closing over 955. Next move is into the neutral zone. That sits at about 1064. And the bullish control zone is at about $13. Daily currently has multiple drives of hidden bearish divergence. This is going to be active as long as you're closing below 1027. Let me zoom in on this real quick. Your next move, you hit the easy target, which is the simple moving average at about $9.80. Next move is the bearish control zone that currently is at about 938. And this will be invalidated with the close over 1027. 4-hour also has multiple drives of hidden bearish divergence with volatility now expanding from 0%. You're at about 10% now. And this will be active as long as you're closing below $10.26. And your next move is into the bearish control zone, which currently is at about $9.70. Two hours about to put in a fresh drive of hidden bullish divergence. This is going to be 3 drives. This will confirm with any close over $9.83. And then that gives you a move into the bullish control zone at about $10.74. That will invalidate your 4-hour hidden bearish divergence, and I believe the daily one as well. zoom back out. So it does look kind of bearish on the high time frames, but it is nearing a bounce area, and you are putting in, you are getting momentum now starting to flip back up, and I will confirm that with the momentum chart. But you are putting in some local bottoms and some bullish divergences. All right, let's check out momentum. Lucid. Quarterly momentum is currently flipped down, and it's going to remain flipped down as long as you're closing below $12.62. Interesting. So if you do get a move up to about 12 to 13 bucks, that would just be a tap of your quarterly pivot. Monthly is currently flipped down also, and it's going to be with volatility expansion, and it's going to remain flipped down as long as you're closing below $13.12. Kind of seems like a cheat code on this, that any move into the 9 EMA on the monthly is a short. 9 short, 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 9 short, 9 short, 9 short. It's free money shorting this 9 EMA here. That currently sits at about like 14 bucks. 2 week is currently very close to flipping back up, and that will flip back up if you can close over $9.60, which you are over. Weekly is already flipped up with volatility at extreme lows, and it will remain flipped up as long as you're closing over 980. 5 days currently also flipped up with volatility at extreme lows, and it will remain flipped up as long as you're closing over 982. 2 days currently also flipped back up with volatility at extreme lows, and it's going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over 924. Daily is currently flipped down, but very close to flipping back up with volatility at extreme lows, and it will flip back up if you can close over 986. 4 hours currently flipped down with volatility expanding from 0%, and it's going to remain flipped down as long as you're closing below 1023. You have about 4 minutes left until you close. 2 hours also currently flipped down with volatility expanding, and it's going to remain flipped down as long as you're closing below 994. You are close to flipping this back up. Not so much on the 2 hour, on the 4 hour. And 2 hours is the one that's putting in the hidden bullish divergence of 3 drives. And hourly is already now flipped back up, and it's going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over 972. So on the higher time frames, it is still leaning bearish. You still have momentum flipped to the downside on the very high time frames. On the more medium term time frames, it is more shifting around into the bull's favor, where you're close to flipping momentum back up on the 2 week. The weekly already has momentum flipped back up. Volatility is at extreme lows. On all of these time frames, momentum is currently flipped back up on these medium term time frames. It starts to flip back down on the daily, but that's also very close to flipping back up. Plus, on the 2 hour, you're putting in multiple drives of hidden bullish divergence, and that currently will send you up towards somewhere around $10.50, and that will then also flip around a lot of your other time frames and validate a lot of your hidden bearish divergences, and then that sends you up towards somewhere around $11 to $13, and then if you can get a daily close over about $13, then that sends you towards somewhere around $15-ish, and then we have to see the reaction around there. But right now, you're also putting in possibility for hidden bearish divergences, and if you can get a daily close under $9.12, that will confirm hidden bearish divergences across the board, and then you're likely going to dump towards somewhere around $8 for a little bit of a bounce, and then you're probably going to go lower. So right now, you're right on the edge where you can get a pretty nice breakout towards some nice rally highs, not all-time highs, but rally highs, or you can get a nice breakdown to some nice new all-time lows. Really got to watch somewhere around $9.12 for the breakdown to new lows, or somewhere around about $10.50 for the breakout to somewhere around like 11 to 13 bucks.
Beautiful and very clear, senor. All righty, boys, you done. Enjoy your Friday. Is there anything you'd like to say before you go?
Beautiful. Just pay attention to the Discord and trading alerts, because I think Bitcoin will be giving us another trade here soon, very soon.
Wow.
Yeah, and for me, I'd say keep watching around that $65,000 area, and if you hold that area, then likely we're going to get another retest of somewhere around 69 or 70,000. Start to lose 65,000, then you're probably going to make your way towards about 60,000 for a little bit of a bounce, maybe 60, 61,000, and then eventually towards somewhere around 55 to 59,000.
Perfect. Well, thank you so much, boys. Enjoy oil spiking up right now. Who would have
Look
seen
at
that coming?
Which is
Bullzuka move.
gracias.
Say that again, Alex.
Look at that Bullzuka move. Pretty
That's
insane.
right. That's right. Hey, boys, enjoy your weekend. Thank you so much for
Gonna-
everything.
Gonna pack my suitcase and head to Tejas.
Do it up, son. Do
Let's
it,
go.
motherfucking up. All right.
See you Monday, boys.
Buenas tardes and hasta luego, muchachos.
Hasta luego.
Cochiloco signing off.
Gracias, Cochiloco. All right. Estoy viendo el petróleo, verga. Qué pompazo. Teníamos medido el movimiento acá. La razón por qué lo teníamos medido es sencilla. No sabíamos dónde iba a romper. Ahí está. 105 parece ser el objetivo de esto. Ahora se tiene que parar ahí. No, es el petróleo. Vamos en putiza a Lucid. Ahora, muchos de ustedes los vi ahorita, me estaban preguntando de Jack in the Box. Jack in the Box regresó a la zona de entrada. Les sabía, es que no estuvieron ayer en la clase. Pero lo que yo les dije fue, regreso a mi zona de entrada, voy a vender ese precio. Y fue justamente lo que hice. Y ahora lo que voy a hacer es agarrar ese dinero y meterlo en Lucid. Les había dicho, tengo mi contingencia para invertir en Lucid, todavía la pienso sacar, pero ahorita en donde estamos en este nivel de los 9.85, tal cual, acá me interesa meter la lana que le metí a Jack in the Box como un extra, ¿no? Que no es parte del plan, de nada, pero es aprovechar una oportunidad. Porque a fin de cuentas Jack in the Box era mamada, ¿no? Entonces salimos tablas, ¿no? Digo, unos centavos arriba da completamente igual. Y ahora podemos agarrar esa lana y ponerla a trabajar en algo que está más abajo. ¿Por qué en Lucid? Pero Alejandro, ¿se puede ir a la bancarrota? Por supuesto, todo se puede ir a la bancarrota, tíos. Esta cosa vale 3.3 mil millones de dólares. No es nada. Para que tengan un poco de... Para poder darles un poco de contexto en esto. Dyson, la que hace las aspiradoras, sí, las aspiradoras, las secadoras y todas esas cosas, Dyson se gastó 2,000 millones de dólares, 2,000, en no hacer un coche eléctrico. Lo intentaron y no pudieron, 2,000. Apple se gastó 10,000 millones de dólares y lo tiraron a la basura. Como cuando les dije que Rivian estaba muy barato en 8,000 millones de dólares, Lucid está regalado en 3,000 millones de dólares. Llega a bajar más, tíos, ahí es donde voy a soltar todo en los 7 a 8 dólares. Voy a poner, no todo, la contingencia para tener mi esto. Y ahora muchos de ustedes van a decir, pero güey, ¿cuándo va a subir esto? Acuérdense que estos son los coches. Y recuerden que esto, en mi opinión, van a ser los primeros beneficiados con los intereses bajos. Entonces, tiene que pasar antes. Por eso empezamos con lo de los coches, ¿no? Simplemente queremos estar mejor posicionados en un ciclo que se trata de cambiar ¿cómo se dice? La manera en que los bancos y el sistema financiero funciona. Entonces nos enfocamos en eso, pero aquí todavía tenemos esta apuesta buena, en mi opinión, muy buena. Y ahora, lo único que tienes que hacer para poder visitar esos 8 o 7 dólares tal vez, sería poder cerrar por debajo de los 9 dólares con 12 centavos un cierre semanal. Eso te llevaría muy probablemente a la zona de 8.50 hasta 7.90. Y ahí es donde yo creo que fondeas. ¿Por qué? Porque es casi la mitad de esto, tío. Ya no, esta cosa no puede valer menos. Tienen que ver que Uber no tiene salida alguna a competir con Tesla a menos de que compren por completo Lucid. Sé que suena raro, pero no tienen de otra, porque si no, tienen costo agregado de tener que ser, de comprar el coche. Es como si, ¿por qué no compras un Tesla? Compras el Tesla y lo pones en tu flotilla. ¿Por qué entonces estás metido en una sociedad con Lucid? Y la razón es sencilla, porque necesitas ser dueño de la empresa para poder tener sentido. Si no, Tesla te va a quitar todo, porque ellos no tienen un intermediario en su servicio. Y tú también tienes que jugar al pedo, tienes que no tener un intermediario en tu servicio. Estos son los Saudis. Los Saudis, aunque ustedes no lo crean y no lo sepan, son dueños de todo lo que existe en toda la bolsa de Estados Unidos, toda. Cuando nosotros hacemos los tratos con Saudi Arabia Saudita, de que, güey, ustedes producen el petróleo, lo ponemos en dólares lo que nadie sabe es que la cantidad de dinero que recibe Arabia Saudita es tanta que tienen que poder estacionarlo. Antes compraban bonos y dólares, ahora compran toda la bolsa. Son dueños de casi todas las empresas. Los saudíes son dueños de Uber, los saudíes son dueños de Hollywood, los saudíes son dueños. Ellos no son los operadores, son solamente los mega inversores en diferentes formas. Cuando yo fui a comprar el estudio de Lionsgate con los socios que querían comprarlo, los saudis nos lo ganaron. Para que tengan una idea de todo esto, ¿ok? Entonces, aquí para mí, esta es la que voy a buscar. Existe el peligro de que se vaya a la verga, por eso es 5% de todo nuestro portafolio en total, ¿ok? Entonces, simplemente lo único que tenemos para ser alcistas en Lucid, poder cerrar por encima de 10.68, sería bastante bueno y nos empezaría a llevar a objetivos a la alza, pero yo espero que no. Ahorita acabando este directo, voy a comprar mi posición en Lucid, espero que esté un poco más abajo, no voy a comprar arriba de 10, voy a esperar y es lo que voy a usar ahorita. Digo, son 10 lanas, ¿no? No es nada, pero pues baja mi promedio. Y es lo que voy a hacer. Entonces, Lucid continúa en el camino en el que sigue. Y lo que tenemos que esperar para poder ver el rebote, y es donde yo quiero sacar la contingencia, quiero ver que todo el mundo hable de que va a ir a la bancarrota. Eso es lo que yo quiero. Ahí es donde la contingencia entra sin ver el precio. Para que entiendan un poco de cómo funciona. Ahora, eso empieza a poner Lucid mi posición en una bastante excelente zona y es lo único que tengo. Ahorita todo lo demás estamos bastante arriba, que de nuevo, queremos que baje. No queremos estar aquí emocionados de, ay, qué chingón, Circle. No, queremos que baje, lo saben ustedes. ¿Qué es lo que estábamos viendo? Amazon. Ya vieron Lucid, les voy a enseñar Amazon. Amazon está en lo que habíamos dicho, una tendencia bajista y está a punto de regresar a darte un corto aquí en la zona de los 220. Puedes ver que Amazon en la de 2 semanas está cerrando por debajo del 21 y el 34. La última vez que cerraste bajo el 34 fue en marzo del 2025, abril, que fueron los aranceles. Y simplemente fueron mechazos, tío. Aquí no tiraste mechazos. Aquí lo que estás haciendo es yendo a retestear la zona de breakdown que fue tan importante y después de hacer un alto, bajo, un alto más bajo, un bajo más bajo y ahora hacer un alto mucho más bajo, ¿qué sigue? Un bajo más bajo. Siguiente objetivo para mí, el corto está aquí, en los 2.19. Lo puedes hacer fácil, simplemente con el alto de esta vela para salirte, high 220.47 o cualquier cierre diario por encima de los 218. Cualquiera de las dos puedes usar para este corto y es lo que personalmente creo va a jugar. Está retesteando la zona del breakdown. No me acuerdo por qué pusimos esto. Estoy seguro que en la diaria se puede ver. Sí, ahí está. Está haciendo un SFP aquí, tío. O sea, por el puto amor de Dios, ¿no? SFP para continuar a la baja. ¿Dónde sabemos que estamos equivocados? Si empiezas a cerrar por encima de 246, es el pedo. Es bastante lejos la invalidación. Pero Amazon está en una clara tendencia bajista después de todos estos altos, después de los grandes aranceles de Amazon, pero la gente esperando a que no vuelvas a retestear acá va a estar muy sorprendida cuando vea todo esto jugar. Ok, eso es Amazon, ya vimos Jack in the Box, la idea, etcétera. ¿Qué sigue? Y ahora, estás en Jack in the Box y, güey, quieres meterle más, no tiene nada malo. Simplemente yo prefiero tener mi lana en Lucid si estoy ya a tablas, porque en Lucid yo sí creo y entiendo lo que sigue. En Jack in the Box no, lo hice por mame, como ustedes saben. Y ya, con eso los voy a dejar. El petróleo está reventando a la alza con fuerza. El peso dólar también. Vamos a ver si podemos reventar este S&P 100 para que ya nos vayamos a 18, 19, etcétera. Una vez más, el DXY, una vez que estemos acá arriba, va a ser demasiado tarde. La última cosa que vas a ver subir es el dólar, el DXY. Cuando lo veas, porque ya tienes tu alto, tu bajo, bajo más alto, etcétera. Cuando veas esta madre reventar, no quieras voltear y decir, ok, me salgo de mis posiciones, ya fuiste violado, ¿ok? Ya fuiste violado. Y esta advertencia ha sido por un rato. Es básicamente todo lo que tenemos el día de hoy. Ahí lo tienen, damas y caballeros. Tengo una juntita de viernes rica, creativa, de un proyecto que estoy muy emocionado. Y voy a ir a pasarla bien. Les mando un fuerte abrazo a todos. Muy feliz viernes. Yo creo que nos vemos mañana para nadie me preguntó por qué chingados. No, es fin de semana de Fórmula 1, fin de semana de Pato en carrera. A las 11 de la mañana, en literalmente 20 minutos, Pato tiene su qualifying en IndyCar para que lo vayan a ver. Les mando un abrazo a todos, cuídense mucho. Y Graciela Godínez, pórtense bien. O mal, lo que quieran.